The Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478 by Catholic monarchs Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile, initially intended to maintain Catholic orthodoxy in their kingdoms. This tribunal was also a response to social, religious, and political turmoil of the time. But its origins lay far before the reign of Ferdinand, and the idea of an inquisition in earlier times is what I'm here to discuss today. The origins of the Spanish Inquisition and the specific reasons for its establishment. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you are, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again. And as always, if you like the content, link to Patreon's in description, or like, comment and subscribe. Help me get to my goal of 10,000 subscribers. That would be nice. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite you to relax, take a deep breath, and we can have a look at the origins of the Spanish Inquisition. First, we're going to begin by taking a look at what is known as the Medieval Inquisition, which was kind of a broad blanket terms for Inquisition-like activities back before the formal establishment, tracing its roots back to earlier times and having a look at some of the practices and indeed some of the atrocities of the earlier times. So let us begin. The Medieval Inquisition was a multifaceted legal framework established by both ecclesiastical and civil authorities, with the purpose to safeguard religious orthodoxy and societal order, which were perceived as threatened by heretical doctrines. It's characterized as employing both spiritual and temporal repressive measures, which we'll get to. Of course, we must define our terms. What exactly is heresy? There's a bit of confusion around this. It's quite well defined as an ostensibly defended opinion developed through human reasoning and contrary to church teachings, specifically regarding Scripture, thereby excluding non-Christians such as Jews and Muslims from this category. So, a Muslim or a Jew is not a heretic. They're not trying to change anything with Christian theology, they're just something else entirely. The combat of heresy was specifically within the Christian domain. It was about people who were trying to change what Christianity was, going away from what the main church structure found to be the orthodox way of looking at things. And mainly it's justified in the church in saying, well, we do not want people to be led into false beliefs, therefore they will be led into their own damnation, so we have a responsibility to combat heresy for the good of everybody. Of course, it's by any means necessary, but we'll get to the means later. Historians differentiate among various forms of the Inquisition, as there was many forms indeed, mainly the episcopal and the papal inquisitions, with each tribunal operating autonomously under guidelines from the Holy See, without centralized control. Initially, medieval courts employed an accusatorial system, where the accuser faced penalties if the accusation was proven false, thereby ensuring only confident charges were pursued. This evolved into an inquisitorial system derived from earlier Roman legal practices, where judges led the prosecution based on collected information, also known as evidence. Now, the Episcopal Inquisition, initiated in 1184 by Pope Lucius III's papal bull titled Ad Abolendum, tasked bishops with biannual searches for heretics within their dioceses. That's kind of their sphere of control. Each bishop's approach, of course, varied, with many initially trying to persuade heretics to return to orthodoxy through means of reasoned debate and preaching, just trying to convince them to get back on the right path. Thus, legatine inquisitions arose as part of efforts to counteract what was seen as increasing clerical moral decay, and of course the spread of heretical movements like the Cathars and the Waldensians in Italy and France. These were characterized by more formalized procedures over time, especially under the direction of papal legates who initially served as advisors, but later assumed more direct roles in managing heretical threats. Now, famously, the Cathars, if we're going to talk about early heresy and the early history of the Inquisition, indeed, we need to talk about them. The Cathars, emerging in the 12th century and influenced by soldiers returning from the Second Crusade who had encountered the Bogomil sect in Bulgaria, were primarily based in southern France, notably around the modern city of Toulouse. Their belief system centered on a form of dualism. They viewed the material world as evil, created by a malevolent god, while the benevolent deity was responsible for the spiritual realm. Of course, this led them to advocate for a life of poverty, chastity, and modesty, which they believed would help detach individuals from worldly materialism. Catharism posed significant challenges to both the social and political order of the time, as well as to the religious orthodoxy, due to their rejection of oaths, which were a fundamental aspect of feudal society. Their persistence led to a crusade, notably the Albigensian Crusade, which ultimately subdued them. Following their defeat, the Inquisition became instrumental in eradicating the remnants of Catharism throughout the 13th and 14th centuries. Punishments for Cathars varied from region to region and ruler to ruler. Some were forced to wear yellow crosses as a sign of penance. Others were subjected to pilgrimage or public scourging, and those who refused to renounce their beliefs, well, they either faced imprisonment, had their property confiscated, or they were simply burned to death, whichever one comes first. Now, the Waldensians, another sect, found primarily in Germany and northern Italy, originated from a group of Orthodox laymen who were initially concerned with the growing wealth of the Church. Over time, they developed doctrinal differences to the Catholic Church, including a rejection of the established priesthood, advocating for the priesthood of all believers instead. They also opposed the veneration of saints and martyrs, and denied the sacramental authority of the Church's clerics. Their emphasis on apostolic poverty gained traction, not only in southern France and northern Italy, but also across various regions of the Holy Roman Empire. Just like the Cathars, the Waldensians went through the ringer in terms of persecution, as their beliefs fundamentally challenged the prevailing ecclesiastical structure and doctrine. Now, I've said before, in my video about the Cathars and my video about the Waldensians, that the issue, in my opinion, was not the actual veering from orthodoxy, but it was more that there could only be one societal structure, one hierarchy that could dictate the reality of God on earth. And that would be that the papal church, the Pope, nobody else could dictate what the Bible actually meant. This, of course, became a problem once people started getting their own ideas about it. This is why these days we don't just have Christians, we have so many different types of them. Well, Pope Gregory IX initiated the Inquisition to establish a more orderly and lawful approach to handling heresy, as opposed to the chaotic and often brutal methods previously used by local mobs and lords, which could lead to unjust executions, and very cavalier ones at that. Indeed, anybody who was found in the city of Toulouse, whether they be staunch Cathars or not, well, you would face the punishment. There was a lot of guilty by association, and the establishment of a more formal structure aimed against this. I mean, that was what they were trying to do, at least. How successful they were is up for debate. Well, historian Thomas Madden emphasizes that the Inquisition aimed to prevent these injustices. Heresy was seen as a crime, yes, and a big crime against the state, but it was also seen as a spiritual error, meriting capital punishment under Roman law. The medieval Inquisition likely saved quite a lot of lives that would have otherwise been lost to mob violence or local rulers' harsh judgments by offering a more systematic judicial process. Of course, before, if there was heretics in your local area, you would always respond with the torches and pitchforks. Nowadays, everybody knows, well, back in those days, once the Inquisition started as a formal thing, that was no longer the process. You would get somebody to come and give them a bit of a trial. Well, this Inquisition was part of a broader church effort of control and to diminish heresy, which was supported by the Dominican and Franciscan orders, who were commissioned by Pope Gregory IX as papal inquisitors around 1231. These mendicant friars, known for their mobility and adherence to church doctrine, brought a new level of record-keeping and procedural consistency to the process. The Inquisition thus operated across France, Italy, and parts of Germany, and generally ceased by the early 14th century. The core intention behind the Inquisition was mainly to educate and correct those who deviated from Orthodox Catholic beliefs, and to bring them back into the Church. Persistent heretics, however, were handed over to secular authorities, reflecting the Inquisition's role in reinforcing both religious orthodoxy and civil order. The secular penalties for heresy included execution, typically by burning. Now that's an important distinction, because you must remember that the ecclesiastical authorities wouldn't be doing the torturing, would not be doing the executions. They would be handed to a separate group for that. The ecclesiastical authorities were just there to talk people out of their ways and bring them back into the fold. Unfortunately, with things like religion that are very closely held, and specifically ones where if you deny the main character of that religion, you would not get into heaven, well, you really had no choice but to hold on very staunchly to your beliefs, despite the threats of torture and death. That's just the way it is. Well, throughout its history, the Inquisition faced competition from local religious and also secular jurisdictions. Despite papal intentions, control over heresy prosecutions was never fully centralized, leading to instances of abuse and corruption among some inquisitors, such as Robert Le Bourgeois and certain Franciscan inquisitors in Venice, who exploited their positions for personal gain. Well, additionally, the Inquisition intersected with political dynamics, notably in the trials against the Knights Templar and the Beguines. The Templars were accused of heresy partly as a pretext for financial and political motives by secular rulers like Philip the Fair of France, which is an ironic name because his accusation was indeed very unfair, but that's just my opinion. Effectively, he had owed the Templars quite a lot of money, and to get out of this he effectively pointed the finger and, well, there's no need to pay back money when everybody's dead. That is, of course, quite a drastic simplification, but go watch my videos on the Knights Templar. Well, the Beguines, particularly Marguerite Porret, face scrutiny and condemnation due to controversial theological positions that challenge church orthodoxy. Well, the later medieval period saw the Inquisition gradually addressing claims of witchcraft and sorcery, especially following the incidents involving Pope John XXII, which led to witchcraft being declared a heresy and thus falling under the Inquisition's purview. This shift marked an expansion in the Inquisition's scope, addressing a broader range in doctrinal and moral deviations. In the Crown of Aragon, the implementation of the Papal Inquisition faced substantial resistance from both the local populace and the monarchy, despite its early establishment. Raymond of Peñafort, a canon lawyer and advisor to King James I of Aragon, significantly influenced the development of the Inquisition in the region of Aragon, steering it away from the harsher excesses seen elsewhere. Over time, however, the influence of the Papal Inquisition waned in Aragon, becoming completely obsolete by the mid-15th century. Now, Aragon's laws showed a balance of protection and also discrimination against minorities. For instance, crusaders attacking Jews or Muslims under royal protection could face execution. Laws concerning intermarriage and ethnicity were libel compared to Central Europe, where little concern shown for preventing intermarriage or blood mixture up into the 14th century. Notably, high-ranking Jewish officials were less common in Aragon than in Castile, but still, there were a few of them, exemplified by individuals like Abraham Zacuto, a university professor, and Vidal Astori, who actually was the royal silversmith, and that's not a bad job. In contrast, Castile did not establish a tribunal of papal inquisition during the medieval period, with oversight of religious conduct primarily left to the episcopate under the king's direction. Castile was marked by relative religious tolerance, with a lack of anti-Jewish pamphlets, and a generally permissive attitude towards Jews and Muslims, who were allowed to follow their customs and hold significant public offices. More of a live and let live, at least for now. However, the legal landscape in Castile was complex and varied. The local fueros, or laws, creating diverse conditions in different areas, particularly in royal villas along the border regions. While discriminatory legislation did exist, particularly during periods of instability, forced conversions were illegal, and non-Catholics could generally practice their faith freely. Intellectual cooperation among religions was also common, illustrated by the Toledo School of Translators, and the high positions held by many Jews and Muslims in the administration. This relative tolerance persisted, despite increased pressure and the tightening of laws protecting Jews' rights to collect loans, which were a factor in the unrest against Peter the Cruel and the anti-Semitic violence of 1391. Even after these crises, Castile remained one of the more tolerant European kingdoms, at least by the standard of the day. Tensions over Rome over ecclesiastical authority and the jurisdiction over reconquered lands were also a significant issue. Castile's resistance to abandoning the Mozarabic rite and denying papal control over reconquest lands underscored its reluctance to cede authority to the Church, contributing to its resistance against establishing an Inquisition and its openness to heretics fleeing persecution from other regions. The procedures of the Papal Inquisition were well defined, dictating how courts should handle cases of heresy. If an individual renounced their heretical views and returned to the Church, they would receive forgiveness and perform a penance. However, those who maintained their heresy were excommunicated and handed over to several authorities for punishment, which of course could include severe penalties like property confiscation and execution. Investigation stage. At this initial stage, townspeople were summoned to a public assembly, where inquisitors encouraged self-denunciation in exchange for leniency. Basically, admit what you did wrong and then we'll see what happens next. A legal requirement for conviction was the testimony of at least 2 witnesses, though diligent judges typically sought more to ensure fairness. Trial procedures. During the trial, the accused could identify individuals that they believed bore a grudge against them. If these individuals were among the accusers, the charges were dismissed, and the accusers could actually face severe penalties, including life imprisonment. This provision was intended to prevent the Inquisition from being manipulated by local feuds. The trials lacked direct confrontation or cross-examination of witnesses, and defense witnesses seldom appeared due to fear of suspicion of heresy. Use of torture. Torture was adopted from ancient Roman practices and was common in secular courts. The Inquisition was permitted to use torture under very strict conditions that were set out by the papal bull Ad Extirpanda of 1252, issued by Pope Innocent IV. This included limitations on the extent and duration of torture, explicitly prohibiting methods that caused bloodshed, miscarriage, mutilation, or death, and stipulating that torture could only be applied once. Punishments and penalties. Early Inquisitions, such as the one presided over by Pope Alexander III in Tours in 1164, established penalties like the confiscation of heretics' property. Detailed records from Toulouse in the mid-13th century show a range of penalties, from wearing penitent yellow crosses to life imprisonment, with very few actually being sentenced to death. The most severe punishment, burning at the stake, was reserved for relapsed or particularly unrepentant heretics, termed as being relaxed to the secular arm. Now, I'm not a theologian, just a historian, but from what I've heard, the actual practice of burning alive was meant to give them a little taste of the fires of hell, a little introduction to what was about to become their daily routine, in hopes that at the final moment they would renounce their heresy and beg for God's forgiveness, therefore being saved and, you can get into heaven, that last-minute chance. Whether or not this was the actual case is debatable, but this is what I've heard as one of the theories. Also, in terms of being burned to death, most people died rather quickly of asphyxiation, breathing in once those smoke and the flames would pretty much either make you pass out or have you die quite quickly. It wasn't a very prolonged execution. Now, the Church preferred to avoid executions if a heretic repented, as indicated by the principle Ecclesia non novit sanguinem, which means the Church knows not blood. Historical records from the Inquisitor Bernard Gui show that only 900 guilty verdicts involving 636 individuals, fewer than 45, resulted in actual execution. Now, so that we know about the medieval Inquisition and what it was and how it was before the times of the Spanish Inquisition, let's talk about a few of the theories about why the Spanish Inquisition in particular was deemed to be essential. Why did they need a Spanish Inquisition? Well, let's find out. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition is viewed as a reaction to the religious diversity of Spanish society after the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, which of course did not fully expel Muslims and Jews who had lived under the Muslim rule. These groups, while tolerated, were still seen as outsiders by the dominant Christian elites. Cities like Seville, Valladolid, and Barcelona had substantial Jewish communities. This situation for Muslims deteriorated over time, as they found themselves increasingly excluded from centers of power. Well, despite this, there were periods of relatively peaceful coexistence, known as convivencia, between Christians, Jews, and Muslims, though these relationships were marked by inherent inequalities. Jews in particular held significant roles within the realms of religion and politics in the Crown of Aragon, and in Castile, the position of the unofficial Orthodox rabbi was recognized. However, anti-Semitic attitudes were on the rise across Europe during the late 13th and 14th centuries, leading to the expulsion of Jews from England and France. This growing prejudice in Spain reached a peak in the summer of 1391, where severe anti-Jewish riots, starting in Barcelona, spread to other cities. The violence led to deaths of many Jews and forced conversions of others. New converts were labeled conversos, or New Catholics, to distinguish them from old Christian families. That being said, a lot of the conversos simply continued to practice their Judaism in private. Notably, the violence in Seville began in June 1391, catalyzed by the preaching of one Ferrand Martinez, Archdeacon of Écija, This unrest soon spread to Cordoba and Toledo, and eventually affected most of the Jewish communities in Spain, leading to a significant number of Jews either converting to Christianity or simply just not telling anybody. Now, the law of Catholic Church officially opposed forced baptisms because they weren't valid. It had to be sincere. And also it had to be performed under physical compulsion. Nonetheless, those who converted under the threat rather than direct force were still considered voluntary converts, barred from returning to Judaism. Following the riots, many of the newly converted felt it safer to continue in their new Christian faith, just keep their heads down and try to live a good life. The conversos, no longer bound by restrictions that applied to Jews, began to achieve prominent roles in Spanish society, including in government and the church. Notably, conversos attained significant ecclesiastical positions and contributed to various professional and cultural fields in 15th century Spain. This newfound status led to further tensions and, of course, allegations, with some conversos facing accusations of secretly maintaining their Jewish practices. Over time, this group's influence and the lingering suspicion about their true religious loyalties were among the factors that led formal establishment of the Inquisition. Now, there is another hypothesis for the creation of the Spanish Inquisition. A few, actually, and we'll go through them. The first being the enforcement across borders hypothesis, which suggests that the Spanish Inquisition was established to standardize the varied legal frameworks and jurisdictions across Spain, akin to the Santa Hermandad, a law enforcement body under direct royal control, capable of prosecuting crimes across different countries, which local authorities could not. This hypothesis suggests that the Inquisition functioned as more of an administrative mechanism, similar to the Holy Brotherhood, ensuring uniform enforcement of royal laws across all local jurisdictions. Historically, the Kingdom of Castile was known for its success in Europe, attributed in part to the king's unprecedented control over the nobility, ensuring political stability and preventing the kingdom from internal conflicts, like those seen in other European regions, such as England. Under the Trastamara dynasty, however, both the Castilian and Aragonese monarchs saw their power wane in favor of powerful noble factions, leading to a fragmented system of taxation and privileges varying significantly from one country to another, with nobles frequently extorting concessions from kings, especially in Aragon. The main objectives of the Catholic monarchs, Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, were to unite their kingdoms and reinforce royal power to ensure ongoing stability. This was achieved in part through military strength, by forming a combined army that could outmarch any noble coalition within the peninsula. However, due to mutual suspicions, the monarchs kept their kingdoms legislatively separate during their lifetimes. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition, therefore, served as a method to administratively unify both kingdoms under a single executive, legislative, and judicial authority that was directly under the crown but operated independently in both kingdoms without merging them. The selection of Catholicism as the institutional foundation for this new body was a strategic one, as it was the only common institution between the two kingdoms that held enough popular support to withstand the noble opposition. Thus, the Spanish Inquisition served as both a personal police force and a personal legal system for Isabella and Ferdinand, existing above and independent of the nobility and local interests of either kingdom. This approach allowed the prosecution of heretics to serve a dual purpose. It was not only a matter of religious enforcement, but was also aligned with the prosecution of conspirators, traitors, or any other groups resisting royal authority. Since royal authority was intertwined with divine right and oaths of loyalty taken before God, religious deviation was inherently linked to political disloyalty. Support for this hypothesis is found in the disproportionately high number of nobility and high clergy that were investigated by the Inquisition, as well as the Inquisition's oversight of various administrative and civil crimes. These included prosecuting the counterfeiting of royal seals and currencies, ensuring effective transmission of royal orders, and verifying the authenticity of official documents traveling between kingdoms. The placate Europe hypothesis suggests that the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition was influenced by Spain's image in Europe and the need to improve foreign relations. During a time when most of Europe had already expelled all of their Jews and held negative stereotypes about them, Spaniards were viewed with a little bit of suspicion and also contempt due to their historical tolerance of Jews and Muslims. This image was somewhat problematic as global dynamics shifted, and foreign relations became crucial for maintaining power, so something had to be done. Isabella's ascension to the throne through a coup that displaced Joanna of Avis and her marriage to Ferdinand had already strained relations with nearby Portugal, a historical ally, necessitating the formation of new alliances. Aragon, on the other hand, was focused on controlling the Mediterranean and defending against France, with royal marriages playing a key role in these strategic plans. The reputation of being overly tolerant was a liability in the context of these ambitions, particularly as France's power grew. The enduring coexistence of Christians, Jews, and Muslims in Spain had led to a foreign perception of Spaniards as heretics and bad Christians, stereotypes that portrayed Jews as greedy, gold-thirsty, cruel, and violent. Their words, not mine. Well, these were also extended to Spaniards in general. And of course, the Spaniards did not want to be greedy, gold-thirsty, cruel, and violent. So it fueled the anti-Jewish sentiments that justified the expulsion and expropriation of Jews in Europe. These negative stereotypes were reinforced by travelers' chronicles that described the tolerant atmosphere at the court of Isabella and Ferdinand, where Jews and Moors, that's the Muslims, could freely go about their business without any coercion to convert. Political and military repercussions from such perceptions were a significant risk, especially during the sensitive period of unifying Castile and Aragon. The expansion of the Ottoman Turks in the Mediterranean further complicated the politics, heightening the need for Spain to project a more united and Christian image to its European neighbors. In this light, the initiation of the Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews and Muslims were likely strategies employed by the Catholic monarchs to clean up Spain's image, aligning it more closely with European norms and alleviating international concerns about Spain's religious and political alignment. This move was also aimed at enhancing relations with the Pope and shifting Spain's focus from African alliances towards stronger ties with Christian Europe. Which leads us to the Ottoman scare hypothesis, which suggests that the creation of the Inquisition was significantly influenced by fears of an Ottoman invasion, particularly supported by internal elements within Spain, such as the Moriscos. During this period, the Ottoman Empire was rapidly expanding, and the Aragonese Mediterranean Empire was declining due to financial strain and fatigue of war. There were genuine concerns that Spain, especially under Ferdinand's reign, would not be able to repel an Ottoman attack if it were aided by internal collaborators. The geographical regions in Spain with large Morisco populations coincided with crucial naval routes between Spain and Africa, heightening the perceived threat of collusion with Ottoman forces. This fear was compounded by the fragile state of the Aragonese naval empire, the discontent among the higher nobility towards the monarchs, and dynastic tensions with Portugal over Castile. Additionally, the monarch's foreign policies had increasingly shifted focus from Morocco and other African nations back towards Europe, stirring up fears of a potential second Muslim invasion and subsequent occupation. The hypothesis suggests that these factors led to the expulsion of groups like the Moriscos, who might religiously align with the Ottomans, and the Jews, who sort of lacked a vested religious interest to oppose such an invasion. The establishment of the Inquisition, therefore, is seen as a strategic measure to enforce these expulsions effectively and to root out any false converts or potential spies who could facilitate Ottoman espionage. Support for this hypothesis includes the strategic military reasoning behind such actions, the early attempts by the monarchs to convert and persuade these populations peacefully, and the abrupt shift towards harsher measures like the Inquisition and expulsion edicts, when peaceful methods proved to be ineffective. The conquest of Naples by the Gran Capitan also highlights Spain's intent to reassert its influence in the Mediterranean, potentially escalating tensions with the Ottoman Empire and other African entities. Thus, the Inquisition was likely envisioned as a necessary and permanent institution to prevent any collaboration with Spain's growing number of adversaries in the region. The establishment of the Inquisition aligns closely with the philosophical ideas advocated by figures of the Florentine school, such as, and pardon my pronunciations, Guicciardini, Pico della Mirandola, and notably Machiavelli, who the Catholic monarchs were known to have studied. These philosophers emphasized the need for centralization and unification as crucial for building a strong state that could withstand foreign invasions. However, they also cautioned against the risks of excessive social uniformity, which they believed could stifle creativity and innovation. After all, they are philosophers. Machiavelli in particular argued that while piety and morals were beneficial for subjects, a ruler might use these virtues more as tools for unification, rather than as a personal guiding principle. He critiqued the negative impact of a corrupt church on societal values, arguing that it contributed to a fragmented and weak Italian peninsula, vulnerable to foreign powers like France and Aragon. At the same time, contemporary German philosophers promoted the idea that a vassal should share the religion of their lord, further emphasizing the role of religious uniformity and political stability. The Spanish Inquisition can be viewed as an application of these political theories. It utilized religion as a unifying force across the diverse and legally varied landscape of Spain, aiming to maintain religious cohesion, but still allow for regional legal distinctions. On the other hand, the enforcement of Catholicism and the expulsion of Jews might also be seen as stemming from genuine religious devotion of the monarchs. Recent scholarship has increasingly considered religious motivations as the primary driver behind these actions. However, given the political context and the character of Ferdinand, as described by Machiavelli and others, it is likely that religious measures were also used in a strategic manner. Machiavelli described Ferdinand as a ruler who leveraged religious piety for political gain, rather than out of any personal conviction, suggesting that his policies were crafted more for political utility than out of religious earnestness. This pragmatic use of religion to secure and enhance royal power reflects Machiavelli's views in his work The Prince, where he considers Ferdinand as a prime example of a ruler who effectively used religion as a tool for statecraft. Now, before we go, there's also a theory that surrounds about keeping the Pope in check. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition can be interpreted by some as a strategic move by the Catholic monarchs to counterbalance the historical attempts of the papacy to exert political influence over Spain. Throughout the Middle Ages, the hierarchy of the Catholic Church made numerous attempts to control Christian territories in Spain, including claiming ownership of lands reconquered from non-Christians, a claim accepted by Aragon and Portugal, but rejected by Castile. Additionally, the papacy had historically influenced the region's religious practices and had significant impact on Aragon's political situations, such as its control over South Italy and the loss of Rosalón. The relationship with the papacy was always complex, characterized by conflicts with figures like Pope Paul II, who advocated for complete papal authority over secular rulers. The Catholic monarchs, especially Isabella, needed the Church's legitimacy to maintain their power, but also sought to limit the Pope's direct influence in Spain. Thus, the creation of the Inquisition presented a solution that superficially seemed to align with the Pope's criticisms about Spain's religiously mixed heritage. However, it simultaneously ensured that a papal-led Inquisition could not be imposed directly, thus securing a tool for the monarchs to control the Roman Church's power within their realms. Unlike other Inquisitions of the time, the Spanish Inquisition was uniquely under the direct authority of the Spanish crown and not the Pope. With the papal bull that authorized its creation, the Inquisition was led by the monarch of Spain and tasked with enforcing the king's laws on religious and other private life matters, and this was independent of Rome and the papacy. This autonomy allowed the Inquisition to investigate, prosecute, and convict members of the clergy for corruption, or potential treason against the crown, without needing the Pope's approval at all. Moreover, the Inquisition included secular lawyers and was not solely comprised of clergy, enhancing its role as a bureaucratic and quasi-secular body that operated with the Church's nominal authority, but was loyal first and foremost to the Spanish crown. This setup effectively minimalized the Pope's direct influence in Spain, redirecting any papal interactions to go through the Spanish monarchs, thereby complicating any direct papal intervention into Spanish affairs. Through this strategic manipulation of a religious authority, the Catholic monarchs crafted a sophisticated mechanism to both placate and circumvent papal influence, ensuring their control over religious and political matters within their territory. So, imagine it. You're there, tilling the fields with all the other peasants, pulling potatoes out of the ground, and coming over the horizon, it's them, the Inquisition. What exactly could you expect to happen next? Well, the arrival of the Inquisition in a city marked a significant and often ominous event, heralded by the proclamation of what is called the Edict of Grace. This edict was typically announced following Sunday Mass, where the Inquisitor would outline potential heresies and simply invite the congregation to confess any such sins at tribunals of the Inquisition to relieve their conscience. The Edict of Grace was offering a period of time, usually 30 to 40 days, during which self-accused individuals could come forward of their own volition and receive leniency, generally avoiding harsh punishment through a promise of reconciliation with the Church. This initial offer of clemency was meant to encourage voluntary confessions and was crucial for the Inquisition to gather their information, as these self-reporting individuals were often persuaded to denounce others, turning them into the informants. Around 1500, the Edicts of Grace were phased out in favor of the Edicts of Faith, which eliminated the grace period entirely and focused instead on urging the public to denounce anyone who they suspected of heretical acts. You can see how this becomes a problem. Well, the proceedings of the Inquisition were a little bit mysterious. Denunciations were made anonymously, leaving the accused without the means to know who exactly had accused them. The anonymity opened the door for numerous false accusations. Who could have seen that coming? Driven not only by concern for religious conformity, but also by personal vendettas, jealousy, and other less noble motives. The system effectively turned the general population into unwilling agents of the Inquisition, instilling a culture of surveillance where every word and every action could potentially lead to severe consequences. Denunciation became a critical and highly encouraged religious duty, embedding a deep-seated sense of mistrust and fear among neighbors, within families, and even towards complete strangers, as everybody became a potential informant or suspect. Upon receiving a denunciation, the calificadores of the Inquisition examined the case to determine if heresy was actually involved. This often led to the accused being taken into preventative detention, sometimes even lasting up to 2 years before a formal examination took place. During this detention, the accused properties were seized to cover the procedural costs and maintenance, plunging their families into financial hardship. This issue was supposedly addressed in the guidelines from 1561, though historical records, like those reviewed by Laurent, show no evidence of such provisions benefiting the children of the condemned. The process was veiled in secrecy to protect the identities of the informants, and was criticized for its lack of transparency. The accused often spent this whole time without even having any knowledge of the charges against them, and also lacking access to Mass or sacraments. While the conditions of the Inquisition prisons were admittedly on par or better than secular prisons, the secrecy and isolation weighed heavily on the imprisoned. Inquisitorial trials involved a series of hearings where the accusers and the accused provided testimony. The accused were assigned a defense counsel from the tribunal, who was there more to advise than to defend, as they were required to abandon their role if they recognized the accused's guilt. The prosecution was led by the fiscal, with every word of the accused recorded by the notario del secreto. The accused could defend themselves by presenting various favorable witnesses, or by challenging the credibility of the anonymous accusers, which was, of course, inherently difficult. Despite the structured nature of these trials, which some apologists claim were advanced for their time in terms of fairness, the integrity of the proceedings is still debated. The reliance on torture, when hearsay was half proven, shows the harsh methods employed, despite varying reports on the frequency of its use, and we will get to that later. Ultimately, the Inquisition's blend on judicial process, political influence, and brutal enforcement methods like torture has been critically viewed as a perversion of justice, pretty much by everybody, and far removed from even the most basic standards of legal fairness. Torture was a widespread practice in both civil and religious trials across Europe, and not just for the Inquisition. But it is alleged that the Spanish Inquisition used it more judiciously than was typical at the time. Unlike other courts, the Spanish Inquisition had detailed regulations about the use of torture, including the conditions under which it could be employed, the methods permissible, and the supervision that was required. Let's briefly touch on them. Conditions for torture. The Inquisition allowed torture under very specific circumstances, such as when the guilt was half proven, or there was a strong presumption of guilt. These conditions were outlined in Article 15 of Torquemada's instructions and Aymeric's directives. Torquemada, by the way, was the first Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition. He was from the town of Valladolid in Spain, which, if you look up, I'm sure you will agree, it is very pretty. Now, Aymeric himself noted that information obtained through torture was not always reliable, and thus should only be used as a very last resort. Methods and limitations. The Inquisition was explicitly forbidden from causing permanent damage. No maiming, no mutilating, no drawing blood, and, of course, no killing during torture. Church law also prohibited ecclesiastical tribunals from shedding blood, and you didn't want to run afoul of church law. Despite these restrictions, Many victims, of course, suffered severe injuries, including broken limbs, and some, of course, sadly died due to the torture. Common methods included the garrucha or strappado, the toca or waterboarding, and the potro or the rack. Garrucha or the strappado involves suspending the victim by the wrists, which were tied behind the back, sometimes adding weight to the feet, and then lifting them up by the rope and dropping them violently back and forth. You can see how this would be not an ideal situation to be in. And of course, it could lead to maiming, for sure. Perhaps not drawing blood, but you can hardly imagine one would be in much of a good state after this. Of course, the next one was toca or waterboarding, which simulated drowning by pouring water over a cloth covering the victim's face. Still used today, by the way, and it's very surprising who is still using it. Well, potro, or the rack, painfully stretched the victim's limbs. I'm sure we're all familiar with the rack. Very quintessential on medieval torture, that's for sure. Supervision. Torture sessions were supervised and required the presence of a physician to ensure the victim could withstand the treatment without dying, though of course severe harm often occurred regardless. Following the torture, victims might freely confess, but of course some confessions were suspect, as they could be recanted if torture was threatened again. Bernard de Lisieux, a Franciscan friar who suffered greatly under the Inquisition, criticized the methodology by arguing that even saints could be declared heretics under such duress. After torture and investigation, the Inquisitors convened with a bishop's representative and consultants, experts in theology or canon law called consultores, to deliberate the case in what is known as the consulta de fe. Decisions had to be unanimous, no exceptions, and any disagreement required referral to the Suprema. So what happened next? What about the sentencing? Well, that was equally as complex. Let's get into it. A defendant could occasionally be acquitted, although this was uncommon and often seen as a poor reflection on the judgment of the Inquisitors themselves. I mean, think about it. The Inquisitors had been sent out to find heretics. If they find heretics, they've done a good job. If they don't find heretics, well, what are we having them for anyway? So, of course, the more heretics, the more head pats from the Pope. Well, more frequently, trials could be suspended, which left the accused free, yet perpetually under suspicion, meaning that the case could be reopened at any time. Sometimes, if a defendant was found not guilty during the proceedings, the decision was made quietly. Another possibility was that the accused would be subjected to penance. This entailed a public recantation of their errors, de levi for minor offenses, de vehementi for more serious ones, and the imposition of public penalties, which could involve wearing a San Benito, compulsory attendance at church, exile, physical punishments like scourging, fines, or simply being sentenced to serve as an oarsman in the royal galleys. And you did not want to be an oarsman in the royal galleys. Well, reconciliation was another outcome for those found guilty, involving not only a public ceremony to reconcile the condemned with the church, but also harsher penalties, such as long imprisonment or the aforementioned becoming a galley slave. Also, confiscation of all property. Those reconciled faced significant social and professional restrictions, which also extended to their descendants. The most severe consequence was relaxation to the secular arm, and it's not the kind of good relaxation. This basically meant that you were handed over to secular authorities who were allowed to draw blood during torture, and who were allowed to kill you. This generally led to execution by burning at the stake. This fate awaited the impenitent heretics, or those who relapsed. If the condemned repented, they might be strangled before the burning. If they were unrepented, well, they were tied up to the wooden board and simply burned alive. Now, that being said, if you were burned alive, well, you probably wouldn't be alive for that long of the burning. Most people died from asphyxiation pretty quick. You know, you're breathing in all that smoke. You're not going to get too far. So it's not like in the movies where some poor soul would be thrashing around for 2 to 3 minutes on the burning pyre. They probably would have been asphyxiated within 45 seconds. Which is of course not good, but I'm just saying. Well, although the Inquisition itself did not carry out the execution, it handed the condemned over to these secular authorities who were compelled to execute the sentences, and if they didn't, they risked excommunication. So it effectively was a command from the church, but they would outsource their dirty work. Trials could also proceed in absentia, particularly if the accused died or before the conclusion of the trial. In such cases, effigies could be burned, and if it was later proved that the deceased had been heretical, they would dig up their remains and burn them. They would also seize their properties and disinherit their heirs. Over time, the frequency and severity of the punishments, of course, varied, with harsher sentences more common in the early years of the Inquisition, and a notable decline in the use of torture and executions as the institution persisted into the mid-16th century. When a condemnatory sentence was issued, it necessitated the involvement of the condemned in an auto de fe, a ceremonious event marking their reconciliation with the church. In cases of remaining dissent, their punishment as unrepented heretics. These autos de fe could either be public or private, named auto publico or auto particular, respectively. Initially, public autos de fe were modest and did not seek to attract large crowds. Over time, however, they evolved into elaborate, costly events that showcased the combined might of the church and the state, celebrated amidst the festive atmosphere with a large public attendance. These ceremonies transformed into Baroque spectacles designed for maximum impact, often held in the city's largest plaza during public holidays. The proceedings would start with the previous night, with the procession of the Green Cross, and could extend throughout the entire day. The ceremony included a Catholic Mass, prayers, a public procession of the guilty, and the pronouncement of their sentences. Conducted in these public squares or esplanades, these events lasted several hours and were attended by ecclesiastical and civil authorities alike. Now, it's important to remember, although artistic representations often include scenes of torture and burning at the stake, such acts did not occur during the autos de fe, which were fundamentally religious acts. Neither was torture applied post-trial, and executions were carried out separately after the ceremony. The first known auto de fe occurred in Paris in 1242 under King Louis IX, while the first in Spain was not until 1481 in Seville, where several participants were later executed. In Portugal, where the Inquisition was established in 1536 and lasted officially until 1821, its power waned significantly in the late 18th century under Marquis of Pombal, who reformed it into a royal court. Nonetheless, persecution of heretics persisted. But remember, autos de fe were not simply confined to Europe. They also occurred in the colonial territories, such as Mexico, Brazil, and Peru, where they were documented by historians of the time like Bernal Diaz del Castillo. Similarly, they were held in the Portuguese colony of Goa, India, after the Inquisition was established there in 1562. Now, before we move on, I'd just like to backtrack a little bit with an early history of the Inquisition, just before we get to our next section. Gives us a little more historical context. During her visit to Seville between 1477 and 78, Queen Isabella of Spain was persuaded by Fray Alonso de Ojeda, a Dominican friar, of the secret continuation of Jewish practices among the converted Jews in Andalusia. You may often hear the word converso. A converso is a converted Jew, usually first generation or so. A lot of them would practice in private, but converted to Christianity to either avoid the fines and taxes or avoid being murdered, whichever one was more suitable at the time. The claim was substantiated by a report from Pedro González de Mendoza, the Archbishop of Seville, and Tomás de Torquemada, a Dominican converso descent from Segovia, and yes, that was indeed the name of the first Grand Inquisitor. Now, in response, Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella sought to formalize their efforts to root out heresy by requesting a papal bull to establish an inquisition in 1478. Pope Sixtus IV responded by issuing the bull Exigit Sincere Devotianis Affectus, which authorized the monarchs to appoint priests over 40 as inquisitors. So, by 1483, a council was established to manage the Inquisition, presided over by Tomás de Torquemada. Despite Sixtus IV's objections to how conversos were being treated in Aragon, Ferdinand II of Aragon applied pressure to Sixtus IV to endorse a monarchy-controlled Inquisition, using the threat of Turkish threats to Rome as leverage. Although Sixtus initially issued a bull to halt the Inquisition, he was coerced into withdrawing it. Consequently, on November 1st, 1478, he issued another bull, granting the Spanish monarchs exclusive authority to appoint inquisitors. The first inquisitors, Miguel de Murillo and Juan de San Martin were only appointed in September 27, 1480, in Medina del Campo. The first auto de fe occurred in Seville on February 6, 1481, and resulted in the execution of 6 individuals. This event marked the rapid expansion of the Inquisition within the Kingdom of Castile, with tribunals established in 8 major cities by 1492. In 1482, Pope Sixtus issued a new bull forbidding the Inquisitors' extension to Aragon, criticizing it for prioritizing financial gain over spiritual integrity. He noted that many faithful Christians had been unjustly imprisoned, tortured, and executed on flimsy evidence, often provided by personal enemies or individuals of questionable status. This exploitation was damaging to the soul and set a dangerous precedent, sparking widespread revulsion. Now Ferdinand, however, questioned the authenticity of the bull, suggesting that no reasonable pope would sanction such a document. He wrote back to Sixtus on May 13, 1482, to dismiss the concerns raised, and requested that the management of the Inquisition remain solely under their royal supervision. In 1482, Pope Sixtus was still striving to control the Spanish Inquisition, and was seeking broader acceptance for his comparatively lenient stance towards the conversos, as compared to the harsher approach of the Inquisition and the local authorities. By 1483, the expulsion of Jews from all of Andalusia had been enacted. Despite the Pope's efforts to curb abuses, Ferdinand coerced him into issuing a new papal bull on October 17, 1483, which appointed Thomas de Torquemada as Inquisitor General for Aragon, Valencia, and Catalonia. This move effectively tightened the monarchy's grip over the Inquisition, which was exactly what they wanted. Torquemada wasted no time in structuring the Inquisition's operations. By 1484, he had authored a manual detailing 28-article Inquisitors' Manual based on Nicholas Eymerich's Dictatorium Inquisitorum. This manual remained fundamentally unchanged for over 3 centuries after Torquemada's death. It was that good, if we can say it that way. Well, it mainly established protocols, including that 30-day grace period for self-confession, and the encouragement of accusations from peers, under which signs of crypto-Judaism like the absence of chimney smoke on Saturdays or the purchase of vegetables before Passover might lead to denunciations. The use of physical torture to elicit confessions was of course also sanctioned, and while crypto-Jews could confess and perform penance, repeat offenders faced execution. Attempts by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484 to allow appeals against the Inquisition to Rome were thwarted by Ferdinand, who in December of 1484, and again in 1509, mandated the death penalty and property confiscation for those who sought such remedies without royal consent. The consolidation of power made the Inquisition a pivotal institution within the Spanish monarchy, functioning as a tool for the crown across all of its territories, including overseas. Resistance continued in parts of Aragon, notably with revolts like that in Teruel between 1484 and 85. The assassination of Inquisitor Pedro Arbues in Zaragoza on September the 15th, 1485, swayed public opinion towards the Inquisition and against the conversos, diminishing their presence in the Aragonese government. Remember, conversos, converted Jews. From 1480 to 1530, the Inquisition was intensely active, the golden age of the Spanish Inquisition, if we may put it that way, with estimates suggesting around 2,000 executions, primarily among conversos of Jewish descent. Data indicates that a vast majority of those tried in places like Valencia and Barcelona during this period were indeed of Jewish origin. The Inquisition's mandate extended solely over Christians, though, rendering actual Jews, not conversos, actual Jews, Muslims, and other non-Christians beyond its purview, unless they professed Christianity for strategic reasons, which many of them did. Why would they do this? Well, perhaps they wanted to avoid taxes, or if they were expelling the Muslims or expelling the Jews, well, you would simply say, well, don't worry about me, I've already converted to Christianity. Just ignore the dreidel in the corner of the room. Of course, many of them did secretly practice their original faiths. I mean, who was going to know until your neighbors looked through the window on Sunday and saw you eating fish or, I don't know, whatever it is you're not meant to do in Christianity on Sundays. I'm not the expert. Well, observing this, perhaps they would dob you in. Well, these individuals, known as the conversos, were the Inquisition's primary focus. They were doing everything they could to find them, and yes, legally, in the eyes of the law, since they had converted, they were regarded as Christians. But they were just in a different category of Christian, and therefore, since they were new and converted Jews, then they were looked down upon quite a lot. Direct accusations of Judaism led to the loss of inquisitorial jurisdiction, placing the individual under civil authority, where the consequences included potential deportation or execution as heretics if they did not convert or simply leave Spain. So really, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. In response to persisting Judaizing among conversos, the Spanish monarchy, under Ferdinand and Isabella, sought to eliminate any and all Jewish influence, which culminated in the 1492 Alhambra Decree. This edict offered Jews a choice, either expulsion, conversion, or we are going to kill you, supposedly underpinning the decree's religious motivation rather than a racial one. Well, the enforcement of this decree was notably inconsistent, primarily affecting regions vulnerable to Ottoman threats, while interior areas saw lax or deferred execution of this decree. Now, why is it? Well, from my basic theory is that Muslims and Jews within areas that were vulnerable to outside threats may be the ones to sympathize with the people from the outside, and perhaps open the gates in the middle of the night when no one is looking. Of course, they were getting as much as a raw deal as they could from their own rulers. Perhaps if the Ottomans had said to them, you know, we won't make you pay a tax. Once we take over management, all you need to do is open those gates for us. let us in. Well, everyone wants the best deal possible, don't they? Well, historical records on the number of Jews who left Spain vary significantly, with earlier sources significantly inflating the figures as they usually do. Modern scholars suggest somewhat lower and more conservative amounts, estimating around 40,000 departures from a combined population of 280,000 Jews and conversos. The destinations of these exiles, of course, varied too, with many opting for Portugal, where they simply faced forced conversion, so that was a wasted trip, or other parts of Europe rather than Muslim territories, contrary to popular belief. Well, the Inquisition's peak activity against conversos spanned from 1480 to 1530, with accusations and trials decreasing significantly afterwards. The discovery of a crypto-Jew community in Quintantar de la Orden in 1588 led to a brief resurgence in converso persecutions towards the late 16th century. The 17th century saw some conversos returning from Portugal to escape the Portuguese Inquisition, only to face renewed scrutiny by the Spanish Inquisition. Parallel to its actions against conversos, the Inquisition also targeted the Moriscos, Muslims in Spain who had converted to Christianity. Starting with a decree in 1502, Muslims in Granada were coerced into conversion or faced expulsion, a policy that extended to Aragon following the revolt of the Brotherhoods. The Moriscos, however, were initially not persecuted as vigorously as the conversos, due to their integration within Spanish society and economic interest of the Spanish nobility, particularly in regions like Valencia and Aragon. The situation for Moriscos began to deteriorate following the Morisco revolt in Granada between 1568 and 71, leading to increased inquisitorial focus and eventual expulsion in 1609 under King Philip III, influenced by figures such as Archbishop Juan de Ribera and the Duke of Lerma. This expulsion had a profound demographic impact, particularly in Valencia, and shifted large populations to Maghreb and the Barbary coast. Now, contrary to popular belief, the Spanish Inquisition very rarely targeted Protestants. Given their scant presence in Spain, the game wasn't really worth the candle to go after such small fish. The term Lutheran was broadly applied not specifically to followers of Lutheranism, but rather as a catch-all label for those perceived as undermining the Church. The initial focus on these so-called Lutherans began with the Alumbrados of Guadalajara and Valladolid, a mystical sect whose lengthy trials concluded with various prison terms, yet no executions. The interest in the Alumbrados led to scrutiny of intellectuals and clerics who influenced by Erasmian ideas, a notable fact considering the admiration Erasmus garnered from both Charles I and Philip II. The actual trials, specifically against Protestant groups, commenced in 1558 to 1562, during the early reign of Philip II, targeting very small Protestant communities in Valladolid and Seville, which comprised only about 120 individuals. Like I said, small fish.
This period marked a peak in the Inquisition's severity, with numerous public autos de fe, some attended by royal family members, and it resulted in approximately 100 executions. These events nearly eradicated Spanish Protestantism, inherently a minor movement to begin with. Post-1562, the intensity of these kinds of trials began to wane, although around 200 individuals were accused of Protestantism towards the end of the 16th century. However, many of those accused were not genuine Protestants. The Inquisition broadly classified irreverent behavior, such as drunkenness, anti-clerical statements, disrespect towards church images, and consuming meat on prohibited days as under the umbrella of these Lutheran activities. It is believed that in the latter part of the 16th century, only about a dozen Spanish Protestants were actually executed. While the Inquisition was authorized to target Orthodox heretics, seldom took action against them due to lack of military conflicts between Spain and Orthodox countries. An isolated incident involving St. Peter the Alliot in North America is often cited, where he was allegedly tortured by members of the Inquisition, possibly Franciscans misidentified as Jesuits. However, this account is actually quite fraught with inconsistencies and lacks any supporting evidence from the records of the Inquisition, making its historical accuracy more than a little bit questionable. Back in Spain, witch hunts were less severe than in other parts of Europe, such as France, Scotland, and Germany. A notable incident occurred in Logroño, involving the witches of Zagamurdi from Navarre. During an auto de fe on November 7th and 8th, 1610, 6 individuals were executed, and 5 more were symbolically burned in effigy. Contrary to widespread belief, the Spanish Inquisition actually rarely dealt with cases of witchcraft, which largely remained under secular jurisdiction. The Inquisition, rather in general, dismissed witchcraft as baseless superstition, and usually they would just not bother to look into it. Alonso de Salazar Frias, after inspecting Navarre post-Logroño trials, reported to the Suprema that the hysteria surrounding witchcraft often began only after such accusations were discussed publicly. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, you weren't really going to get done for witchcraft, unless you were really unlucky, or you lived in the North American colonies or Germany. At least you wouldn't be done by the Spanish Inquisition for it. But there are other things that you would definitely be done for, and that's what we will discuss now, a little bit of each of the charges. So, what's the rap sheet? Well, first things first, good old blasphemy. Blasphemy fell under the broader category of heretical propositions, which included not only direct blasphemy, but also dubious comments about religious doctrines or clerical misconduct. No priest and a rabbi jokes, I'm afraid, not allowed. Common charges included denying the sinfulness of fornication and questioning key Christian belief, like transubstantiation or the virginity of Mary. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that transubstantiation is when the sacraments are taken, drinking the wine and the eating of the crackers, that when you actually drink the wine, which is meant to represent the blood of Jesus, it literally transubstantiates into the blood of Jesus once it hits your tongue. Same as the crackers for his body. To my knowledge, that's basically what transubstantiation is. Now, clergy, they were not exempt either. They could be put up on charges of heresy for their own comments or behavior, so you didn't just get away with it because you were in the club. However, such charges generally resulted in pretty mild sanctions, reflecting the Inquisition's relatively lenient handling of verbal offences compared to more serious heresies. I mean, after all, we're all human. We all make mistakes, right? Sodomy. In 1524, jurisdiction over cases of sodomy within Aragon was granted to the Inquisition by Pope Clement VII, following a request from the Saragossa Tribunal. Unlike Aragon, the Castilian Inquisition did not claim jurisdiction over such matters, creating a regional discrepancy in how sodomy was prosecuted. The handling of sodomy cases varied greatly across Aragon, heavily influenced by local laws. For example, Zaragozza's tribunal was notoriously stringent. The first execution by the Inquisition for sodomy involved a priest, actually. Funny how that works. Salvador Vidal in 1541. Subsequent convictions could result in various penalties, including fines, public humiliation, and sentencing to the old galley slave job. A notable 1560 ruling specified that certain sexual acts between women did not constitute sodomy unless a aid was used, whereas bestiality was frequently prosecuted, particularly in Zaragoza during the 1570s. And I think that we can all get behind prosecuting people for bestiality, regardless of what persuasion you are. Well, this term, sodomy, in the Inquisition's eyes, encompassed various non-procreative sexual acts, all condemned by the Church. The accused in sodomy trials often included clergy, nobles, laborers, servants, and military personnel, with cases typically involving an older man and a younger male, and often under coercive circumstances. Now, it's very important to note that punishments were always more severe for adults, except in clear instances of assault or when the accused was very young. In that case, the ones who were at the victim end would, well, they wouldn't receive any punishment. They were victims. The visibility of sodomy cases seemed to decrease significantly after 1579, when public autos de fe stopped including those convicted of sodomy unless they were condemned to death. By 1633, executions for sodomy had largely ceased. Well, what hadn't ceased was Freemasonry, and since around 1738, Freemasonry had been considered completely heretical by the Roman Catholic Church, which of course could lead to severe repercussions for those who wore the ring. Records of the Spanish Inquisition show only a handful of prosecutions related to Freemasonry across the entire Spanish Empire, however. In 1815, Inquisitor General Francisco Javier Demier y Campillo, hope I got that name right, also the Bishop of Almeria, aggressively targeted Freemasons, denouncing the lodges as subversive and atheistic organizations. During his crackdown, being suspected of Freemasonry could result in arrest, reflecting the intense scrutiny and persecution Freemasons faced during this period. Then, of course, we must remember the Inquisition's role in just general censorship. As a key player in the Counter-Reformation, the Spanish Inquisition sought to suppress the ideas of heretics by generating indexes of prohibited books. These lists weren't unique to Spain, by the way. Similar lists had appeared across Europe a decade earlier. Spain's first index in 1551 was essentially a reprint of the University of Leven's 1550 index, with an added section on Spanish works. Subsequent indexes were issued between 1559 and 1632, sometimes including major works of Spanish literature, although predominantly they targeted religious writings and morally unsound plays. Initially, the inclusion of the book in an index meant that it was completely banned. This approach proved somewhat impractical and counterproductive, especially when it restricted access to literature necessary for educating a literate and informed clergy. Thus, a more nuanced approach eventually prevailed, allowing expurgated editions where objectionable sections were edited or just taken out completely, enabling these more sanitized versions to be circulated and read by the public. While ostensibly the indexes severely limited cultural expression, the actual enforcement of these prohibitions was less stringent than often assumed. Historical evaluations demonstrate despite official bans, popular literature like romances of chivalry continued to be circulated, and even the New World, with the Inquisition's tacit approval, had these sorts of works. You just really couldn't stop it. Now, during the Enlightenment era, the restrictions loosened further, with an increasing number of permits granted to read banned works. Think about it in our modern day as well. People back then had printing presses. You know, if you tell somebody that a video has been banned or this video is terrible, you shouldn't watch it, what are people going to do? Immediately, they are going to go and try to find the video, or the speech, or the poem, or the film, or the book, whatever it is. They're going to go and listen to it. I believe it's called the Barbra Streisand effect. I believe so. Well, the censorship of books was indeed largely ineffective in stifling the circulation of prohibited works within the educated circles, as they were the ones who could afford to maintain collections of books. Spain's elite, including monarchs like Philip II and III, collected many of these works. Access to this collection was relatively open to scholars too, clergy as well, and the nobility after Philip II's death. While the Inquisition occasionally intervened with raised eyebrows and pointed fingers, it largely did not obstruct the access and dissemination of a broad range of intellectual works. It's one thing for the higher-ups to make the rules, but you have to remember that the people in the Inquisition were individuals too, and just like with police officers in real life, sometimes some laws are just not really worth pursuing. Think about it. I live in a very small country town in country Australia, and our local police here, if they're going to start prosecuting people for such small crimes, it would breed discontent among the small population, wouldn't it? It's far better that they show a bit of tolerance, for the most part, so that they have goodwill towards the people, so that when they do need to crack down on something, people are generally behind them, because they're good, right? That's at least how it works, as far as I see it. Well, the Inquisition also adjudicated cases of what they deemed as unnatural marriage, defined as any union where procreation was deemed impossible, reflecting on the period's emphasis on the reproductive purpose of marriage, vital in a nation that was often at war. And it was extremely unfair, because it was not just by principle, but also by circumstance. For example, both male and female sterility could lead to such marriages being annulled. Notably, the case of Eleno de Cespedes, tried for issues related to marriage, sex, and gender, highlights these concerns. And contrary to common belief, the Inquisition's role was not solely religious, but it functioned as this private policing arm of the crown, overseeing various crimes within the private sphere. The distinction between religious and secular crimes simply did not exist in 15th century Spain, and much of the rest of the medieval world, marking the Inquisition as a key enforcer of laws that today would be considered civil or criminal. This, of course, included domestic crimes, organized crimes, and offenses against state authority. Significant non-religious crimes within the Inquisition's purview included sexual offenses, also bestiality and incest, along with crimes such as bigamy, human trafficking, smuggling, forgery, tax fraud, treason, and all of the other things that are much too horrible to mention. These offenses often overlapped with what were classified as religious crimes, making it challenging to distinguish between the two in historical records. The Inquisition was notably proactive in punishing sexual violence with abuse of young people, setting a precedent for legal intervention in cases across Spain. There was no tolerance for this. Other non-religious crimes like forgery and tax fraud were equated with heresy in terms of their deceitful nature and societal impact. Well, overall, the greatest crime, and still the greatest crime, is not being subscribed to ASMR historian. Well, of course I'm only joking, but we're getting quite close to our subscriber goal. I think we're going to get there. Who knows, by the time this video is published, perhaps we will have already gotten there. I think overall I must say that the Inquisition was less of a religious arm, but more of a political strong arm of those original Spanish monarchs. Indeed, if you've watched my first video on the Inquisition, then you will know that effectively the main theories is that the Inquisition was founded just so that the Pope would stay out of their business. That being said, it was a very thin tightrope to walk. The Goa Inquisition. established in 1560 by the Portuguese colonial administration in their newly acquired Indian territory, a notorious extension of the Portuguese Inquisition, aimed at enforcing Catholic orthodoxy among the newly converted Christian population. It targeted Hindus, Muslims, Jews, and even those Christians who were accused of relapsing into their previous religious practices, or those who were simply accused and suspected of heresy. The tribunal was of course notorious for its severity, employing torture and public executions as methods to enforce conformity. Thus the Inquisition's oppressive measures included the banning of local customs that were incompatible with their Catholic practices, leading to significant cultural and religious disruptions, a deep scar on the region. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, great to see you again. Well, looks like we got past 10,000 subscribers. Isn't that great? Thank you very much. Let's try and go for 20 now. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or just like and leave your comments down below. That helps me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic at hand. A full history of the Goa Inquisition. Please, get relaxed, deep breath, and we may begin. Let's go back to the roots. How did this all come about? Well, we have to go back to Spain to figure that out. Ferdinand and Isabella, the rulers of Aragon and Castile respectively, united their kingdoms through marriage in the year 1479, effectively forming what would become what we now know as the country of Spain. Their reign saw the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, many of whom sought refuge in the neighboring Portugal. However, within a few years, similar anti-Jewish sentiments and the practices of the Inquisition were adopted by the Portuguese. By 1497, the King of Portugal mandated the forced conversion of Jews to Christianity, creating a group known as New Christians, or Crypto-Jews. The government initially promised not to scrutinize the sincerity of these conversions, at least for 20 years. However, in 1506, a horrific event unfolded in Lisbon, where several hundred of the New Christians met their fate, a tragedy incited by the sermons of two Spanish Dominicans, whipping the public up into a frenzy. This led some of the persecuted Jews to flee to the Americas, while others relocated to Asia, and this included India. These New Christians, along with Portuguese missionaries and colonial officials, spread the Inquisition to various Portuguese colonies, such as the Estado da India. One prominent New Christian, Garcia de Orta, who moved to Goa in 1534, was posthumously condemned for practicing Judaism. Thus, the Goa Inquisition was founded, and it was notorious for its severe enforcement, similar to the tribunals in Lima and Brazil, other colonial locations, which also operated under the Lisbon Tribunal. These tribunals were responsible for arresting, interrogating, and punishing individuals who secretly practiced religions other than Christianity.
Well, Goa was there long before the Portuguese found it. In fact, before the Portuguese conquest, Goa's history included being a significant Hindu capital under the Kadamba dynasty and later experiencing a Muslim invasion in the late 13th century by Malik Kafur on behalf of Alauddin Khaliji. By the 14th century, it was under the control of the Vijayanagara Empire, and in the 15th century, it became part of the Bahmani Sultanate. Just before the arrival of the Portuguese, Goa was ruled by the Sultan Adil Shah of Bijapur. The Portuguese, led by Admiral Alfonso de Albuquerque, arrived with the intent to conquer and establish a colony. With the help of the Hindu Vijayanagara Empire's regent, Timaya, they captured Goa from the Muslims in 1510, making it a central hub for Portuguese colonial activities in India, and a critical trading post between the Portuguese Vijayanagara Empire and the Bijapur Sultanate. Conflicts between these regional powers and the Portuguese continued for many decades. Following Vasco da Gama's return from India, Pope Nicholas V issued the papal bull Romanus Pontifex in 1455, and this granted Portugal the exclusive rights to the propagation of the Catholic faith in the newly discovered territories, and of course, trade in Asia under a Padraudo. This arrangement extended Portugal's influence and facilitated its monopoly over the Christian mission and trade in parts of Asia, and later, under similar mandates, South America. The Jesuits, among other religious orders, were pivotal in these missions from the 16th century onwards. Starting in 1515, Goa became the focal point of Portugal's efforts to spread Catholicism across Asia. The region was attractive to the persecuted New Christians of Portugal, who moved in significant numbers to Goa. This migration was driven by the opportunity to reconnect with Judaism openly, without fear of the Inquisition, and of course to engage in trade, which had been restricted in Portugal following the onset of the Portuguese Inquisition, which of course we will get to in another video. Well, in Goa, the situation was a lot better than it was in Portugal. The New Christians, or the crypto-Jews as we can call them, established a substantial community, and they became economically influential, controlling trade between Portugal and its eastern colonies. Despite their contribution, their presence was contentious, leading to complaints from both secular and ecclesiastical authorities in Goa about their trade practices, and of course, religious disloyalty. The Archbishop of Goa, Dom Gaspar de Leão Pereira, was particularly hostile towards the New Christians, and advocated for the establishment of the Inquisition to curb their influence. The Inquisition in Goa established was then to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notorious for its severity, paralleling the infamy of its counterpart in Portugal. The Jews, or New Christians, who had came so far to get away from the Inquisition, found that the shop next door was putting up the signs. They were trying to get away from the Inquisition, but unfortunately, the Inquisition came to them. The missionary efforts in Goa were not just limited to converting new Christians, however, but it also included the forced baptism of Hindus and Muslims. The establishment of the diocese in Goa in 1534, followed by the arrival of Francis Xavier in 1542, marked significant milestones in these efforts. By 1548, the Portuguese had constructed 14 churches in the colony, reflecting their dedication to converting the local population, by any means necessary, of course. However, the missionary records from the 16th and 17th centuries often stereotyped and criticized the local Hindu population, who were referred to as Gentiles. Missionaries reported that conversions were frequently motivated by material benefits, rather than any genuine spiritual conviction, and that many of the new converts secretly continued in their old religious practices. This phenomenon, likened to the crypto-Jews of Portugal, was a concern for the Jesuits, who pressed for an inquisition to address these heretical practices. Thus the Goa Inquisition, guided by the decrees of the Council of Trent, was rigorously implemented to attack the local Hindu customs, root out synchronism seen as heretical, and purify the Catholic faith in the colony. It was noted that while the Portuguese accepted and utilized the local caste system to integrate into society and attract elite converts, they targeted other local customs and festivals as points of religious backsliding that required correction. St. Francis Xavier, one of the founding figures of the Jesuit order, played a critical role in the Christian missionary efforts within the Portuguese Empire in Asia, and especially in India. His evangelistic zeal is evidenced in his extensive writings and correspondences with the Portuguese monarchy, advocating for stringent measures to reinforce Christian teachings and practices among the new converts. In 1546, Xavier, concerned about the religious and moral laxity in Goa, wrote to King John III of Portugal, emphasizing the urgent need for the establishment of a Goan Inquisition. He highlighted the widespread adherence to Judaism and Islam, and the lack of fear of God or shame among the people. That's right, feel bad, everybody. While Xavier's push for the Inquisition was rooted in his belief that only through such a rigorous institution could the Christians in India be properly disciplined and guided. Well, Xavier also expressed frustrations with the Portuguese governance in Goa. In a letter dated January 20th, 1545, he criticized the Portuguese officials for their greed and negligence, particularly in their failure to uphold Christian morality and discipline among the sailors and settlers, who led scandalous lives far from the European eyes, which is very out of character for sailors. Of course, this letter not only pleaded for the ecclesiastical support, but also scolded the king for focusing excessively on revenue from the East Indies rather than on the spiritual welfare of its inhabitants. Xavier's appeals illustrate his profound commitment to the spiritual health, as he saw it at least,
of the newly converted Christians, and his desire to reform the Portuguese colonial administration to support this cause. His letters urged the king to consider the eternal implications of these governance failures and to appoint officials who would prioritize Christian values and missionary efforts. Now, many of the Portuguese arriving in Asia were not the most upstanding citizens, if we can put it that way. There were a few that were quite rightly called riff-raff of the Portuguese society. You're talking about criminals, social outcasts, that sort of thing. Of course, when you have a little bit of trouble or some debts or perhaps a reputation you want to leave behind, it's probably a good idea to get on a boat, go halfway around the world and just leave it all behind you. And because of this, well, the job of the missionary was even more daunting, as these individuals frequently engaged in behaviors that, let's just say, starkly contradicted the missionaries' teachings. The Catholic Church, we've made a few changes. Well, Xavier's legacy in Asia is complex, and it really does require its own video, but it was certainly marked by a level of zeal for conversion, and of course the establishment of these Christian institutions that were juxtaposed with his critical stance towards the colonial authorities' misconduct, which he did call out. So credit where it is due. Yes, he was criticizing heretics as he saw it, but also holding the people in his own camp to the same standard. Well, either way, his work laid a foundation for the future of Christian institutions in the region, albeit intertwined with these coercive elements of colonial rule that followed, and we will get to them very shortly. Well, before the formal establishment of the Inquisition in 1560, the Portuguese authority in Goa were already suppressing the Hindu practices. Many had accounted that this was seen as somewhat of a barbarian religion. You'd be surprised what people, even in modern times, had said about it comparatively. Look at Winston Churchill's comments on the Hindus. Rather an unfair assessment. Well, but back to the Portuguese. An order from King John III of Portugal, issued on the 8th of March 1546, mandated the complete destruction of Hindu temples, the prohibition of public Hindu rituals, and even the expulsion of Hindu priests from Portuguese territories. Effectively, this criminalized Hinduism. A special tax was also imposed on Muslim mosques before 1550, and there are records of executions for heresy, including a new Christian, one of those crypto-Jews, in 1539, and of course a Jewish converso in 1543. Converso is another word, a Spanish term for a converted Jew, same as a crypto-Jew. Now, this indicates a climate of religious intolerance that had taken root even before the formal institution of the Inquisition had been set up. Well, the Inquisition itself began when Cardinal Henrique of Portugal sent Alessio Fias Falsao, and that's my pronunciation of his name, don't take that as gospel, as the first inquisitor to Goa. The Inquisition tribunal operated out of the former palace of Sultan Adil Shah, signifying a shift from Islamic to Christian dominance in the region, and of course one must remind themselves that Islam did its own suppressions of Hindus at the time, especially up in Delhi with their sultanate established there. Once again, a video of its own. A series of stringent measures were put into place to enforce Christian orthodoxy and suppress other faiths. And here are just a few of them, the main points, in no particular order. Well, first of all, non-Christians were completely barred from public office. No exceptions. And even some public roles were restricted to Christians only. So if you wanted to get ahead, make a good bit of money, well, you had to play by the rules. Hindu children whose fathers had died were required to be turned over to Jesuits for immediate baptisms and conversion to Christianity. Hindus were also forbidden from creating religious symbols, and only Christians were allowed to handle such tasks. So, of course, you weren't allowed to make Hindu religious symbols either, but even making a little altar to pray at or any other kind of religious symbol, no, you are not qualified to do such a thing. Must go to the Inquisition's Arts and Crafts class at 9:30 on a Sunday morning for that. Now also, inheritance laws were altered in favor of Hindu women who had converted to Christianity, and it allowed them to take all of their parents' property, 100% inheritance. Administrative changes in village councils ensured Christian dominance also, and legal proceedings discounted Hindu testimonies unless corroborated by Christian witnesses, someone to vouch for you. Also, the systematic destruction of Hindu temples was particularly brutal, with Jesuits forming demolition squads to tear down existing temples and prevent the repair or construction of new ones. Hindu priests were also barred from entering Portuguese-controlled regions to perform marriage ceremonies, which further eroded the Hindu cultural practices. The treatment of the Sephardic Jewish community in Goa, many of whom had fled the Spanish Inquisition, was equally harsh, with many being persecuted under suspicion of fraudulent conversion to Christianity. Well, from 1560 to 1774, the Goa Inquisition had processed over 16,000 cases, involving individuals of various backgrounds, but predominantly local Catholics and non-Christians. The autos de fe, public penance ceremonies that often culminated in the execution or punishment of the accused, were a spectacle in public, broad daylight for everyone to see, designed to instill fear and obedience. If you don't do what we tell you, you're going to be the star of the next show. Well, over the centuries, the Inquisition was responsible for the execution of 57 people at the stake, and the burning in effigy of 64 others, which means burning in effigy, it wasn't the actual person they were burning, just, as I said, an effigy. Now, you may be surprised to hear that that number is so low. Often a lot of modern observers will blow numbers out of proportion because they have a dislike towards the Catholic Church and its institutions, and, well, they don't really have too many fans worldwide, but those who are somewhat vehemently against the Church will indeed blow up these numbers. Now, 57 is what we have confirmed for the Goa Inquisition between those years of 1560 and 1774. That's in terms of actual executions and burning at the stake. But thousands more were subjected to various forms of punishment. Now, don't think I'm coming in to bat for the Inquisition here, or the Catholic Church. It's just we have to be a little bit more intellectually honest when we're looking at numbers. We can't just make things up for a good story. Well, the request to initiate the Inquisition in Portugal's Indian colonies came from Vicar General Miguel Vaz and targeted various groups, including the Muslims, Jews, the New Christians, Hindus, and those who engaged in spreading gentility and heresy. This, of course, made Goa a focal point for persecution driven by the Portuguese. The colonial administration under the influence of Jesuits and the Church Provincial Council in Goa in 1567 implemented the aforementioned strict anti-Hindu laws aimed at eradicating practices that were deemed as heretical by the Catholic authorities and promoting conversions to Christianity once again by any means necessary. Now, these laws included the prohibitions on Christians employing Hindus as well, and also the public worship of Hinduism. Basically, go be Hindu elsewhere. And I will remind you that this is inside India that this is happening. The Indian religion made illegal in India. Quite an injustice, isn't it? Hindus were compelled to attend periodic assemblies in churches, where they were subjected to Christian doctrines and criticisms of their own religion. Real finger pointed in the face sort of stuff, one can imagine. Furthermore, and this is the sad part, Hindu scriptures in Sanskrit and Marathi were systematically searched out and burned. The Hindu priests were also banned from reading any of these, along with performing the marriage ceremonies. We have lost quite a lot of documentation because of these sort of medieval book burnings. Not good. Not good at all. Completely unacceptable. Of course, the enforcement of all of these laws was very severe, with penalties ranging from fines and public floggings. And if they really didn't like you, they could take extreme measures. For example, they would banish you to Mozambique, of all places. Or they would just throw you in prison, or if they couldn't be bothered putting you in the prison, I suppose they would just execute you, but that was admittedly rare. Well, of course, the most severe was the burning at the stake, which was under the supervision of the Portuguese Christian authorities. Of course, the Hindus weren't all going to stick around and just put up with this. This harsh persecution prompted many of them to flee Goa. And the migration wasn't just Hindus, it extended to Christians and Muslims as well, who moved to surrounding regions outside the control of the Jesuits in Portuguese India. In response to the destruction of their temples, the Hindus salvaged deities from the ruins and constructed new temples just beyond the Portuguese jurisdiction. In some instances where churches were built on the sites of demolished temples, Hindus began annual processions that symbolically reconnected their new temples with the old sites, continuing these traditions even after the end of Portuguese colonial rule. Hindus could be apprehended for trying to talk others out of converting to Christianity, keep them in the old ways, also for helping Goan Christians escape, or concealing abandoned or orphaned children not reported to the authorities. The Catholic descendants of Hindus were often more likely to face persecution, and prosecution rather, potentially due to their larger proportion within the population. About 74% of those prosecuted were accused of crypto-Hinduism, 74% secretly practicing Hinduism despite officially, on paper, being Christian. Crypto-Muslims made up about 1.5% of those prosecuted, and a similar percentage were tried for hindering the Inquisition's operations. Most of the Inquisition's trial records from its nearly 250 years of operation were destroyed, however, by the Portuguese after its abolition. However, the surviving records that we do have indicate ongoing trials and punishments even between 1782 and 1800. Some say that a significant portion of those targeted by the Inquisition had to have come from the lowest social strata, and not just Hindus, but people of other religions, and even some Europeans fell victim. Friar Diogo da Burba and his advisor, Vicar General Miguel Vaz, attempted to convert the Hindus and collaborated with Jesuit and Franciscan missionaries. They, along with the Portuguese administration and the military in Goa, systematically destroyed the cultural and religious foundations of Hindu and other Indian religions. Notably, Viceroy and Captain General Antonio de Noronha, followed by Captain General Constantino de Sa Noronha, led efforts to destroy Hindu and Buddhist temples during their conquests of this Indian subcontinent. Records of the exact number and nature of the temples destroyed are unfortunately and perhaps conveniently unavailable. But by 1566, we do know that approximately 160 temples had been demolished on Goa Island. Over the next year, Franciscan missionaries destroyed about 300 temples in Bardez, and similarly around 300 more were destroyed in Salket by the Inquisition's officials. Many other temples were destroyed in Asona and Cuncolim by Portuguese authorities. A royal letter from 1569 confirms that all Hindu temples in Portuguese Indian colonies had been completely dismantled. Laws enacted between 1566 and 1576 banned Hindus from repairing any damaged temples or constructing the new ones. Also, all Hindu religious ceremonies, including traditional festivals, were prohibited. Among this, many idols were seized. Of course, in Hinduism, it's quite often that people have many religious relics. If you've ever been to an Indian person's house, you will see the statues of Ganesh, that sort of thing, provided that they are Hindus, but quite a few religious icons and different iconography. Well, those who in Goa in these times were found with such idols had not just the idols confiscated, but also their entire property confiscated, half of which was given to the informers, and the rest was given to the church. So you can see, if you were a Christian and your neighbor had a little bit of money, but it was still Hindu, well, if you wanted to make a quick little coin, I suppose you could throw your old friend to the mercy of the Inquisition. That's one way of getting rich quick. Well, Filippo Sassetti, who was in India between 1578 and 1588, observed that the church had forbidden Hindus from using their sacred texts to practice religion, leading to a widespread abandonment of the city by Hindus to avoid persecution. In 1620, the law regarding the marriage rituals was put into place. In 1684, there was another, a law that enacted the suppression of the Konkani language, that's the local language of the area, the dialect, and it required the use of Portuguese, and it also led to the destruction of non-Catholic cultural symbols and books in local languages, regardless if they were religiously based. They just had to be Portuguese, and they had to be Catholic. Charles Delon, a French physician, documented the brutality and discrimination he witnessed against the Hindus during his imprisonment in Goa, later publishing his experiences in a work titled The Relations of the Inquisition in Goa, after being released with the intervention of the French government. In 1560, an attack led by Viceroy Constantino de Braganza targeted Tamils in northeastern Sri Lanka, during which the Portuguese seized a significant Buddhist relic, the Buddha's tooth, revered since the 4th century and referred to locally as Dalada. Diogo de Couto, a Portuguese chronicler in the late 16th century, dismissively called the relic, rather insultingly, the monkey's tooth, a derogatory term reflecting the racial prejudices against the South Asians at the time. European Christian accounts from that period typically refer to it earlier as the monkey's or the ape's tooth, or perhaps the tooth of the demon in some texts. Very less commonly, but with some references, was the tooth of the holy man. But to call the Buddha a holy man from a Catholic Portuguese perspective represented a few conflicts of interest, so this was generally not seen very often in Portuguese and Catholic writings. Well, some, like the chronicler Faria e Souza, even described it as a malignantly influential object that necessitated its own destruction. The capture of the tooth, of course, was a big loss to the religious community. It became well known across South Asia, prompting the King of Pegu to offer a substantial ransom for its return. However, the Inquisition's religious authorities opted to reject this offer. They organized a grand public ceremony to destroy the tooth, aiming to demean and perform a form of religious cleansing. Well, it's been suggested that the pejorative term monkey used by the Portuguese may have actually originated from a syncretic mix of Hinduism and Buddhism, noting that the Tamil Hindus in Jaffna who venerated the tooth also worshipped Hanuman. This reflects how Portuguese officials and their European allies projected their biases and stereotypes onto the cultures and peoples who they subdued, underscoring their disdain for Indian religious practices. And really, if you were Indian and you did convert, if you did play the game, you would always still be not one of them. No matter what you did, no matter how much you acted Portuguese, no matter how much you acted Catholic, you would always be that same monkey that they looked down on. Terrible times indeed. Well, Goa had become a refuge for Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity back home in the Iberian Peninsula. Little did they know what they were walking into. Well, by 1519, this population of the new Christians had grown significantly, and it prompted King Manuel I to restrict their appointment to official positions such as judges or town councillors. Although those who were already in office, they didn't get thrown out. They were simply allowed to serve out their terms and contracts. But after that, they had to go find new jobs. This indicates a substantial influx of forcibly baptized Jews from Spain and Portugal within the first 9 years of Portuguese rule in Goa. However, the situation worsened with the onset of the Goa Inquisition. Of course, by December 1565, Viceroy Dom Antão de Noronha issued this directive which prohibited Jews from entering Portuguese territories within India. And if you did, you would get arrested. You could perhaps have your property seized, and you'd most likely be thrown in prison. The city's fortifications itself, constructed between 1564 and 68, marginalized Jew Street by positioning it outside the fort walls. Well, the Goa Inquisition initially targeted these new Christians, focusing on Jews who had migrated from Portugal to India between 1505 and 1560. But it later expanded its scope to include the Moors, which is referring to Muslims from Morocco who had previously invaded the Iberian Peninsula, and eventually it predominantly targeted Hindus. A notable incident preceding the formal start of the Goan Inquisition involved a Goan woman named Caldera, arrested in 1557 along with 19 other new Christians. They were being accused of Judaizing, attending synagogues, and consuming unleavened bread. What a crime! Caldera was additionally charged with celebrating the Purim festival concurrently with the Hindu festival of Holi, allegedly burning dolls symbolizing the son of Haman. Ultimately, they were sent all the way to Lisbon to face trial by Portuguese Inquisition, and Caldera got away with it and lived a very happy life. No, I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, she was sentenced to death. Had you for a moment, didn't I? The Inquisition branded Hindus who adopted Catholicism, but still adhered to their Hindu traditions and practices, even the cultural ones, as heretics. Catholic missionaries sought to completely eliminate these local traditions, cultures, language, ceremonies. They even didn't want people doing the fasting anymore. It was a bridge too far, apparently. Also, the cultivating of tulsi plants and the ceremonial use of flowers and leaves all presented quite a problem to the new Portuguese sensitivities. Thus, significant changes were imposed. They even banned traditional musical instruments and the local celebratory songs, replacing them with Western music. Those who did convert were forced to abandon their own names and adopt new ones. The introduction of alcohol and a shift in dietary norms led to the inclusion of previously forbidden foods, like pork and beef, which were culturally avoided by Muslims and Hindus respectively, and still are to this day. Well, despite these changes, many Goan Catholics maintained some traditional Hindu customs. As the crackdown on Hindu practices intensified, missionaries noticed that Brahmins persisted in conducting Hindu rites, and that Hindus openly increased their religious ceremonies. This resurgence, as claimed by missionaries, led newly converted Goan Catholics to revert participating in Hindu rituals. Now, according to Delio de Mendonça, there was a notable hypocrisy in the conduct of the Portuguese in Goa compared to their preaching, as many of them indulged in gambling, lavish spending, public concubinage, extortion, and acts of adultery. Well, these negative behaviors, of course, contrasted with the few positive examples of Portuguese Catholics who provided medical care to the ill Goan Catholics. That's right, Catholics only. However, the positive instances were overshadowed by the negative ones, pretty much always, everywhere, and all the time. And that's not me being biased, it's just the way it is. It reinforces the Portuguese assumed cultural superiority and their prejudiced views that Hindus and Muslims and pretty much anybody who wasn't a Portuguese Catholic somehow lacked moral virtues and therefore was universally worthy of disdain. There was also certain racial slurs from the time. One that cannot be said, I'm sure you can imagine which one that is, and also cachorro, which was the word for dog, frequently directed at the locals by the Portuguese, not only verbally but also in writing. It underscores the racial discrimination at the time, which was just one of those things, just a part of life, I'm afraid. Well, in the later years of the Inquisition in Goa, which had lasted all up around 250 years, there was significant discrimination by the Portuguese Catholic clergy against the Indian Catholic clergy, who were descendants of earlier Catholic converts. These Goan Catholics were derogatively called black priests, and were broadly categorized as inherently ill-natured and unruly. Such stereotypes formed the basis for claims that they were unfit to lead their churches, influenced by a belief that they harbored resentment against the Europeans due to some kind of national pride and a deep-seated Hindu-ness that the Portuguese just could not help but look down upon. Well, this prejudice was strategically used to justify the exclusion of native Goan Catholics from higher ecclesiastical positions, maintaining Portuguese control over religious institutions in Goa. Well, contrary to the earlier Portuguese efforts that promoted the use of the Konkani language as a tool for
evangelization and assimilation, kind of like the prophets in the earlier days, what are they called? The followers of Jesus? The apostles, that's right. Going to different areas, speaking in the local tongue and converting the local populace. The same was, of course, true when they were using the Konkani language. But this changed as the Inquisition era saw a shift towards suppression of the language as part of this broader xenophobic policy aimed at isolating Catholic converts from non-Catholic communities. It was during this period, and particularly under the threat of the Maratha invasions in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, which jeopardized Portuguese control over trade interests, authorities intensified efforts to eliminate Konkani language. The use of Portuguese was therefore mandated legally, relegating Konkani to the margins of society. Of course, people would just speak it at home, but, you wouldn't be caught speaking it on the street by the Portuguese officials. They would not like that at all. Well, prompted by the Franciscans, the Portuguese viceroy issued a decree on the 27th of June 1684, enforcing the use of Portuguese within 3 years across all societal interactions and legal contracts within Portuguese territories, with non-compliance punishable by imprisonment. So effectively, everybody there in the Goan territory had to, 1, become Catholic, which they had very little understanding of, and 2, learn and speak Portuguese in all of their professional and personal life under threat of imprisonment. You had 3 years to do this. Well, despite these harsh measures, reports by the Inquisitor Antonio Amaral Coutinho to King João V in 1731 suggest that these efforts were largely unsuccessful. And of course, they were unsuccessful because they were completely unrealistic. Well, they weren't there forever, It all had to come crashing down, or rather, fade away. After losing the province of the north to the Marathas in 1739, the Portuguese authorities doubled down on their anti-Kokandi stance. On November the 21st, 1745, Archbishop Lorenzo de Santa Maria, the most Catholic name ever, required that priesthood applicants, as well as their close relatives, demonstrate a proficiency in Portuguese, verified through a very stringent examination. Additionally, the local Bamons and Chardos communities were given a 6-month ultimatum to learn Portuguese or face restrictions on marriage rights. By 1812, speaking Konkani in all schools was banned, a prohibition extended to seminaries in 1847. And by 1869, the language was entirely banned in all educational settings. This suppression resulted in a lack of a unified Konkani literature and prevented the language from becoming a unifying force among the Goans, as it was written in multiple scripts, including Roman, Devanagari, and Kannada. I do believe Devanagari is the script that Hindi is written in these days, although do not quote me on that. Well, Konkani was relegated to being, as they called it, the language of the servants, while Hindu and the Catholic elites primarily used Marathi and Portuguese respectively. Well, after Goa's integration into India in 1961, Konkani experienced a resurgence, symbolically uniting Goans of all castes, religions, and classes. It was effectively dubbed Konkani Mai, or Mother Konkani, and was officially recognized by the Indian government as the state language of Goa in 1987. So, not all bad news. And with that, for the moment, we're done with our video on the Goa Inquisition. Wasn't that a depressing video? But at least Konkani language made a comeback, and that is something that we should be happy for. Even through the Inquisition, that language, whispered in the rooms of houses away from the prying eyes of the invaders, in little communities, very hushed voices, airing the ashes of a dying language, which is now, once again, very much alive. The Portuguese Inquisition, established in 1536 by King João III to enforce Catholic orthodoxy, notably targeting new Christians or conversos suspected of secretly practicing Judaism, leading to severe penalties, of course including execution. This tribunal, which extended its influence all the way to Portugal's colonies in South America, was also tasked with rooting out heresy, blasphemy, and other religious offenses, using torture and public autos de fe to punish the accused. Lasting until 1821, the Portuguese Inquisition was one of the longest-running inquisitions, leaving behind a legacy of fear, repression, and a significant impact on the intellectual expression within the Portuguese Empire. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back for more, it's great to have you back here with me once again. As always, the best way to support the channel is to like and subscribe, and if you want to go above and beyond, you will find the means to do so in the description. Now, let's all get nice and comfortable for a very deep dive into the Portuguese Inquisition. Well, let's start with the history first. We'll give a general outline of how things kicked off in the early days, and then we will go into some rather gory details, as I'm sure that's why you're all here. In 1478, Pope Sixtus IV issued a papal bull titled Exigit Sincere Devotionis Affectus, a document that essentially sanctioned the introduction of the Inquisition into Castile. This development triggered a significant exodus of Jews and those deemed heretics who sought refuge in neighboring Portugal. In Portugal, the Jewish and Moorish populations, being Muslims, had previously enjoyed a period of relative peace and freedom, at least in the eyes of the law. Jews lived in self-governing neighborhoods, known as Judarias, where they freely practiced their faith, protected by laws that recognized and guaranteed their religious freedoms. And similarly, the same can be said for the Muslims in Portugal, who experienced a degree of legal protection that allowed them to practice Islam without any real fear of persecution. However, this period of religious tolerance deteriorated after the establishment of the Inquisition in Castile. The Portuguese monarchy, influenced by external pressures and internal politics, began to take a harder line against non-Christians. On December the 5th, 1496, influenced by a clause in his marriage contract with Princess Isabel of Spain, King Manuel I of Portugal issued a decree that forced all of the Jews in the kingdom to make a very impossible choice: either convert to Christianity or get out of my country. Well, the king's expectations of mass voluntary conversions were not met. He did not like this. It led him to take drastic measures by closing all Portuguese ports, except for Lisbon, the capital, to prevent the Jewish population from fleeing. By April 1497, the situation escalated when King Manuel ordered the forcible removal of all Jewish children under the age of 14 from families that had opted to leave rather than convert. These children were distributed across Portuguese cities and towns and raised as Christians at the state's expense. The exact number of children who eventually reunited with their biological families, well, that remains undocumented, and therefore unknown. Perhaps we will never know. In the October of the same year, 1497, the remaining Jews who had not managed to flee were forcibly baptized, heads shoved under the water, leading to the emergence of a brand new demographic, the so-called New Christians, also called conversos. These individuals were nominally Christian. In the eyes of the law and all the documentation, well, in paper they were certainly Christians. However, they continued to practice Judaism in secret. Now, it's important to remember that some of them, I'm sure, were actually converting to Christianity with a genuine concern of taking up Christian customs. Perhaps the majority of them were practicing Judaism in private, but it's very hard to have this number. But what we do know for sure is that these conversions were generally seen as not very legitimate. It was kind of a bridge for those first-generation Jews to kind of make a gesture of goodwill towards their Christian rulers. But the majority of people would look at them as second-class citizens. It wasn't like you could just get baptized and as soon as your head came out of the water you were equal to everybody else. No, there were historical issues. The integration of these new Christians, these conversos, into Portuguese society was progressing when, on April the 9th, 1506, a devastating event unfolded in Lisbon. A large mob had gathered, driven by a superstition and blame for a recent drought and plague, attacked and killed around 2,000 of these new Christians. Apparently they had suspected them of worshipping the old ways in private, and therefore inviting the wrath of God. Well, this event, known as the Massacre of 1506,
prompted King Manuel to act. Couldn't really ignore a massacre right on the streets of the capital. In the aftermath, he punished the perpetrators and restored many of the rights that Jews had before 1497. The ones who were already dead, well, it didn't matter to them, but the ones who managed to survive, I'm sure they were very grateful. He granted the new Christians the privilege, of practicing their religion without question, and the freedom to leave Portugal if they wished. Despite these conciliatory measures, King Manuel, later in August 1515, sought to establish an Inquisition in Portugal, modelled on the Castilian example. He wrote to his ambassador in Rome to petition for this cause. Pope Clement VII initially granted permission for the Inquisition in December of 1531, but under conditions that Manuel found to be unacceptable. In a reversal, Pope Clement suspended the Inquisition in April of 1535, ordered a general pardon for those accused of Judaism, and mandated the release of prisoners and the restitution of confiscated properties. His decisions were influenced by a report emphasizing the need for persuasion and gentleness in converting non-Christians, in line with Christ's teachings. The report criticized the inquisitorial courts for their abuses, and rather bravely described the Inquisitors as, and I quote, more akin to ministers of Satan rather than servants of Christ. That's a one-star review, isn't it? Well, the death of Pope Clement VII stalled the implementation of the Bull of Pardon. His successor, Paul III, after a few initial hesitations, did put the pardon into effect. Meanwhile, King John III of Portugal, who succeeded Manuel, continued to push for the establishment of the Inquisition, leveraging his familial ties with Charles V to achieve this goal. After prolonged negotiations between the Portuguese crown and the various popes, the Portuguese Inquisition was formally established on the 23rd of May 1536 by Pope Paul III. This Inquisition was marked by its stringent censorship of literature, which began first order of business by banning the Bible in any language other than Latin. The primary targets of the Portuguese Inquisition was, of course, these conversos, who were individuals who had converted from Judaism to Catholicism. Remember, it had to be Catholicism. There was a strong suspicion that many of them were still practicing Judaism in secret, despite being massacred in earlier times for having that suspicion. While this group notably included many Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal following Spain's own decree, forcing them to either convert or get the hell out of my country. From 1540 to 1575, it is estimated that around 40,000 people were prosecuted by the Portuguese Inquisition. But you must remember, most of these prosecutions, if found guilty, simply resulted in a penance, a kind of apology note to God and the Church. Only around 5% of them resulted in actual execution,
and many of those executions were burning of effigies. The numbers also include people who had died in prison, lengthy sentences while they would gather evidence, or it would be so lengthy because they were struggling to find the evidence. Well, I'm sure we can all imagine that a medieval Portuguese prison would not have the best chance of survival. But it wasn't just Jews. Other groups were also persecuted. Well, conversos. Though these other groups were persecuted to a lesser extent. These included African practitioners of traditional African religions, and Vodun, who were brought to Portugal through the Atlantic slave trade from Portuguese colonies. The Inquisition also targeted the Romani community, including around 800,000 Sinti and Roma, who were deported from the Portuguese Empire during this period. Now, unlike the Spanish Inquisition, which operated under the strict control of the monarchy, the Portuguese Inquisition maintained a significant degree of independence from both the Portuguese crown and the papacy. The organization was led by a Grand Inquisitor, also called a General Inquisitor, a position appointed by the Pope, but chosen by the king, usually from within the royal family. The first Grand Inquisitor of the Portuguese Inquisition was Diogo da Silva, the personal confessor of King John III and Bishop of Ceuta. He was succeeded by Cardinal Henry, King John III's brother, who later ascended to the throne himself. The Inquisition operated several courts throughout Portugal, located in major cities, such as Lisbon, Coimbra, and Évora, and for a brief time operated in other cities like Porto, Tomar, and Lamego. But the majority of the activity was of course going on in Lisbon. If you want excitement, you've got to go to the capital, of course. About 90% of the Portuguese Inquisition's activities within Portugal were centered around here. Of course, there was the Goa Inquisition, the colonial arm in India, but I've already made a video on that, which I'm sure you have already watched. Well, the Portuguese Inquisition conducted its first auto de fe, kind of like a public trial, in 1540, focusing primarily on rooting out those who had converted from Judaism, and to a lesser extent other faiths, but were expected of not adhering to the Catholic orthodoxy. Over time, the Inquisition extended its reach beyond the borders of Portugal to include more of its colonial possessions. And it wasn't just Goa. It meant that territories such as Cape Verde and Brazil also came under scrutiny of the Inquisition, which continued to investigate and prosecute cases of supposed deviations from the Orthodox Catholic practices all the way until 1821, although things like executions and all the rest became increasingly uncommon as time went along. The public, after a while, found them to be a little bit distasteful. Well, under the reign of King John III, the Inquisition extended its reach far beyond its original religious mandates, influencing nearly every aspect of Portuguese life, political, cultural, and social. The Inquisition's courts began to censor books,
and also took on cases involving divination, witchcraft, and bigamy, reflecting its deepening intrusion into the public and private lives of normal people. Now, during the 1500s, many of the new Christians from Portugal, and also crypto-Muslims, who secretly practiced their original religion despite outwardly converting to Catholicism, migrated to Goa, and will quickly just go through the Goa Inquisition because it's important within the context of the broader Portuguese apparatus. This migration was largely prompted by this harsh scrutiny and persecution that they faced back in Portugal. So, many of them thought they would take a boat elsewhere and try their luck. After all, India is a long way from Portugal. How long is the arm of the Inquisition? Well, they were about to find out. These groups were seen as a security threat of sorts to Portuguese authorities, who were wary of Jews due to their perceived propensity to ally with Muslims against Christian rulers in Iberia, especially that horrible incident with the gates at Toledo, where they opened up the gates for the invaders. Very hard to forget that one. Well, the establishment of the Goa Inquisition in 1560, requested by the Jesuit missionary Francis Xavier in a letter to King John III, dated May 16, 1546, aimed to address these false conversions. From 1560 to 1623, the Goa Inquisition convicted 1,582 individuals, with 45% of these convictions related to offenses tied to Judaism and Islam. The Goa Inquisition also targeted Hindus. After all, they were in India, particularly those who were either non-converts or were suspected of insincerely converting to Catholicism. It prosecuted non-convert Hindus for public observance of Hindu rituals, and those who interfered with the conversion of sincere Hindus to Catholicism. The auto-da-fe statistics from Goa between 1560 and 1821 indicate that 57 individuals were executed in the flesh, and 64 in effigy for being relapsed heretics, and some for engaging in sodomy. Well, in addition to religious minorities, the Inquisition targeted local Christian traditions and movements that were deemed unorthodox. One significant tradition was the Feast of the Cult of the Empire of the Holy Spirit, a millenarian and national celebration that dated back to the mid-13th century. This feast had spread throughout mainland Portugal and into the Atlantic islands and other parts of the Portuguese Empire by the 14th century. By the 1540s, the Inquisition heavily surveilled and prohibited this tradition, especially as it had faded from mainland Portugal and India. This tradition was practiced by non-religious officials and popular brotherhoods, seeing some restoration in the later half of the 20th century in certain Portuguese municipalities. However, many of the ancient rituals had been significantly altered, or sadly lost. Now, why exactly was it so problematic, if we may use that word, for the Inquisition? Well, you see, the Feast of the Empire of the Holy Spirit was celebrated at Pentecost, by the way, prophesied a future third age governed directly by the Holy Spirit. This age was envisioned as a monastic or fraternal governance, where the Catholic Church's hierarchy and the need for the church intermediaries at all would be obsolete. And infidels would unite with Christians by their own free will. Well, you can see how the church viewed this as a bit of an issue. Up until the 16th century, this was the primary annual celebration in many of Portugal's major cities, including Lisbon, Porto, and Coimbra, hosting multiple celebrations. The Church and the Inquisition, however, were of course intolerant of a tradition that was entirely popular, lacked clergy mediation, and anticipated an age that effectively rendered them all jobless. Thus the cult of the Holy Spirit, despite facing significant suppression by the Portuguese Inquisition, found refuge and survived quite well. Where? Well, they had to go all the way to the Azores Islands. Here it thrived under the protective umbrella of the Order of Christ, away from the effective reach of the Inquisition, although local church authorities frequently reported its practices. Beyond the Azores, the cult also took root in various regions of Brazil between the 16th and 18th centuries, and remains celebrated in all Brazilian states, except for 2 of them, today. It also persists among the Portuguese settlers in North America, especially within the communities of Azorean descent in Canada and the United States. Well, enough about that. Let's move on. Among the notable individuals affected by the Inquisition's reach was one Rosa Egipciana, an Afro-Brazilian religious mystic and formerly an enslaved woman of the night. I can't use that actual word because YouTube do not like it. She was imprisoned by the Inquisition in both Rio de Janeiro and Lisbon, eventually dying while working in the kitchen of the Lisbon Inquisition, preparing meals for the very people who had imprisoned her. Remarkably, Egipciana was the author of Brazil's first book written by a black woman, which detailed her religious visions and prophecies. The Inquisition also intermediately targeted movements and beliefs such as Sebastianism and the concept of the Fifth Empire, both viewed as unorthodox and, of course, potentially heretical. The persecution of Sebastianists was particularly intense during the Philippine dynasty, although it continued beyond this period. The targeting by the Inquisition was selective. Some familiares, or associates of the Holy Office themselves, held Sebastianist beliefs, but they were expressing them in hushed tones. King Sebastian faced financial troubles in 1577, leading him to permit the free departure of the conversos, and also to prohibit the Inquisition from confiscating property, at least for a decade, in exchange for a substantial sum of money. King John IV took a bold step in 1649 by banning the confiscation of property by the Inquisition, and it was rumored that he was actually excommunicated by Rome for this act, though the excommunication was never officially proclaimed, possibly because the king had passed away before it could be implemented. This law remained in effect until around 1656, following the death of the king. Between 1674 and 1681, the Inquisition was suspended for a few years in Portugal. During this period, autos de fe were halted, and inquisitors were instructed not to impose sentences that involved handing over individuals to secular justice for execution, confiscation of property, or sentencing to the perpetual galleys. This suspension was largely due to the efforts of Father Antonio Vieira in Rome, who worked tirelessly to end the Inquisition in Portugal and its broader empire. Known as the Apostle of Brazil, Vieira prepared a comprehensive 200-page report on the Portuguese Inquisition for the Pope. Following a judicial inquiry, Pope Innocent XI suspended the Inquisition for 5 years, marking a significant pause in its operations. I'm sure there were plenty of people celebrating that news and lamenting the eventual reversal in 1681. Antonio Vieira was a figure of significant compassion and influence within the Portuguese court, particularly during the reign of King John IV. Known for his deep sympathy for the conversos, he persistently advocated for the abolishment of the punitive measures and discriminatory practices that separated the new Christians from old Christians. His advocacy did not sit well with many of his contemporaries, by the way, who did not share the same sympathies. It made him a lot of enemies, especially within the Inquisition itself, and those enemies did not hesitate to target him for his views. Vieira's writings passionately defended the oppressed and criticized the Inquisition's practices. His works were thus condemned by the Inquisition as, and I quote, rash, scandalous, erroneous, savoring of heresy, and well adapted to pervert the ignorant. Consequently, he faced 3 years of incarceration and was subjected to a penance in the audience chamber of Coimbra on December the 23rd, 1667. Vieira's time in the unwholesome prisons, as he called them, of the Inquisition, where conditions were deplorable, further intensified his empathy for its victims. He described the dire circumstances where 5 prisoners were often cramped into a tiny cell, with inadequate light and minimum hygiene, denied any spiritual consolation. Well, eventually he was released, and he found safety in Rome, where he continued to advocate for those oppressed by the Inquisition. He described the Portuguese Holy Office as a tribunal that served only to deprive men of their fortunes, their honor, and their lives, while unable to discriminate between guilt and innocence. I mean, it's hard to argue with that critique. It's pretty spot on. He condemned the entire institution, despite its claims of piety, saying that it engaged in acts of cruelty and injustice that were unworthy of rational beings. The Pombaline reforms, initiated by Sebastião José de Carvalho e Melo, the Marquis of Pombal, in 1773 to 1774, marked a significant shift in this oppressive landscape. The reforms ended the statutes of purity of blood,
which had long discriminated against the new Christians and Jews who had converted to Christianity to escape persecution by the Portuguese Inquisition. Despite his declared opposition to the Inquisition's methods, which he described as against humanity and Christian principles, the Marquis of Pombal's relationship with the Inquisition was complex and sometimes contradictory. He utilized the Inquisition for personal and political ends, such as the elimination of Father Gabriel Malagrida, a Jesuit whom he denounced to the Inquisition. His actions against the Tavares family also highlighted its readiness to employ inhumane methods when it suited his purposes, and also criticized the methods of others, once again when it suited his purpose. His brother, Paulo, led the Inquisition from 1760 until 1770, during which time the Marquis sought to transform the Inquisition from an ecclesiastical court into a royal one. Well, despite these changes, the persecution of heretics and those with high spirits continued under his rule. Well, it didn't all last forever. The Inquisition finally came to an end in 1821. Quite a long career, don't you think? When it was officially abolished by the General Extraordinary and Constituent Assembly of the Portuguese nation. This marked the conclusion of an era that had deeply impacted the cultural, social, and religious fabric of Portugal and its colonies. Thus, the legacy of those figures like Antonio Vieira, who fought for justice and empathy amid the widespread persecution, continued to resonate as Portugal moved into a new phase of its history. But we're not done yet. We still need to talk about all of the interesting details, don't we? The procedures, the tortures, and the burnings. After all, that's why you're here, isn't it? So then, what's the procedure? Well, you see, the process of the Inquisition, just like the Spanish Inquisition, would typically start with the publication of an Edict of Grace, which announced a period during which individuals in a particular locality could voluntarily confess to heresy. This period was the Inquisition's primary method for identifying those who were suspected of heretical practices. Basically, they would show up, and a lot of people, I assume, would be a little bit scared and didn't want to get dobbed in by their neighbors, so they effectively put their own hand up and said, "Hey, listen, I think I might be a little bit misguided." This is why most of the punishments were effectively penances, a slap on the wrist. Of course, many people, out of fear that friends or neighbors might denounce them later, were simply all too willing to confess. Even if they hadn't really done anything wrong, it's better that they come forward rather than somebody else accuse them. It created a climate of fear, of course, which led to a cascade of denunciations as the terror of the Inquisition spurred people to denounce themselves and others in order to avoid the harshest of penalties. Those who did confess within this grace period, which was typically around 30 days, could be reintegrated into the church without facing severe penance. Generally, those who came forward during the grace period could avoid the death penalty or life imprisonment, and were spared the confiscation of their property.
However, they were required to denounce others who had not come forward, meaning that merely confessing to heresy of your own was insufficient. Failure to report someone else's heresy resulted in excommunication and subsequent prosecution as a promoter of heresy. If a denouncer implicated others, those individuals were also summoned by the Inquisition. Of course, the burden of proof was on the accused, not the accuser. Denunciations were often motivated purely by personal vendettas, business rivalries, or just petty family disputes. The death penalty, enacted not by the Inquisition authorities but by the secular arm of the state, was typically reserved for those who were unrepentant or had relapsed after converting to Catholicism. You had to be really digging the boots in to get the death penalty. Now, the Inquisition was open to all kinds of accusations, and it even allowed prison guards to denounce and testify against the accused. Based on the denunciations, arrests were made by bailiffs or familiaries of the Inquisition, who were armed and authorized to detain suspects. The trials of the Inquisition were conducted in secrecy, with no opportunity for appealing the verdicts. Defendants were interrogated and coerced into confessing crimes attributed to them. The suspects were kept in the dark completely about the charges and the identities of those witnesses against them, which made it difficult to, let's say if somebody did have a personal vendetta against you, it made it very difficult to identify and defend yourself against it. That being said, many times when there was a trial and there was personal vendettas involved, the accused could quote the person and say, I bet it was so-and-so, because she did so-and-so or believed so-and-so. I bet she said that I do this, and this would be taken into account. It wouldn't get you off the hook, but it would certainly raise a few eyebrows. Now, several methods were employed to extract the confessions. Initially, suspects faced the threat of execution, with the choice often being between confessing or just being burned. You can obviously guess which one people were choosing. Another method involved imprisonment combined with food deprivation, starve them out until they admitted to doing something that they didn't do. The Inquisition also used visits from previously tried individuals to encourage the accused to confess. Let's say you'd have someone come in and say, I was in the same position as you. Don't worry, they'll treat you nicely. All you'll need to do is go through the penance or serve a little time in prison. It's not so bad. Just admit to it. Well, if all of these methods failed, torture, or the threat of torture, which was usually enough, was employed, where the defendants were shown the instruments of torture to intimidate them. For example, the Inquisition would come into their cell with all sorts of wonderful little tools. Say, well, let me introduce you. This is the stabber and the poker. This was usually sufficient. People did not want to go through the ordeal of torture. Now, over these centuries, the Inquisition developed various procedural manuals, basically guides on how to handle different types of heresy. One of the foundational texts was actually the papal bull from Pope Innocent IV, Ad Extirpanda of 1252. Yes, quite early. This essentially laid out 38 different laws detailing the procedures of the Inquisition and explicitly authorizing the use of torture. Of course, this was employed for many years before in the Spanish Inquisition and the earlier medieval Inquisitions, but also used to justify smaller charges of heresy in different parts of Europe, especially places like France and Germany, before an official structure was made. Well, among the notable manuals that followed were that of Nicholas Eymerich's Dictatorium Inquisitorum of 1396, and Bernardo Gué's Practica Inquisitionis Heretis Pravititas. Sorry for the Latin pronunciation. That work was from around 1319, and of course the very famous, with the video currently in production, the Malleus Maleficarum, which basically translates to the Hammer of the Witches. Very metal, I know. It was written in 1486 by Heinrich Kramer, and it was specifically addressing witchcraft, hence the name. In Portugal, several regiments were drafted for the Inquisitors, the first in 1552 by Cardinal Inquisitor Henry, and the last in 1774 under the sponsorship of Marquis of Pombal. In 1640, regulations mandated that each tribunal have a copy of the Bible, a summary canon of civil law, Eymerich's Dictatorium Inquisitorum, and Diego de Simancas De Catholicis Institutionibus. Now, the torture was of course the best bit. Well, at least the best bit of the video. It's generally unpleasant if you are the one being tortured, but it seems like most people certainly enjoy hearing about the torture. It's funny how that works. The process of the Inquisition in Portugal was of course as brutal as it was unforgiving, especially during interrogations, which were sometimes followed by gruesome torture sessions. Whichever came first. Sometimes you'll skip right to the dessert and have the torture session first. But usually, they would tend to try to get the information out of them before beginning the dirty work. The regiment of 1613 detailed the circumstances under which defendants were subjected to torture, stating that it could be used not only when a confession was deemed incomplete, but also when there was no solid evidence against the accused. This approach meant that both individuals who had not fully confessed and those against whom there was no evidence at all could find themselves enduring torture. Well, before the session began, the accused were rather chillingly informed that any harm they suffered, whether it be death, broken limbs, loss of consciousness, would be simply their own fault for not confessing their offenses promptly. This psychological manipulation aimed to pressure the accused into confessing before the physical torture even began. Following the papal bull Ad Extirpanda, which authorized the use of torture, but prohibited clerics from carrying it out themselves, Pope Alexander IV issued a new bull, Ut Negotium, in 1256. And it was this document that allowed inquisitors to absolve each other of any canonical irregularities incurred during their work. Pretty much if you had your buddy who was also a priest or a member of the Inquisition, you could absolve him of any wrongdoing, and he could do the same for you. Essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. By the mid-13th century, torture had become an established part of the Inquisition proceedings. Among the most prevalent torture methods was the strapado, where the victim's arms were tied behind their back, and they were suspended in the air by a pulley, basically jerking them back and forth. Arms would usually dislocate at the shoulders. They would be then abruptly lowered a short distance towards the ground, causing intense pain and, of course, disorientation. But the creativity does not stop there. Another common method I'm sure you're all familiar with, the rack, which involved stretching the victim's body until the joints were dislocated and the muscles were torn and broken, rendering the entire body useless. Just a sack of stretched out Play-Doh. And we can't forget the water torture, including the infamous technique known as waterboarding, which they would put a little cloth over your face and simply just keep pouring water over you. Sound familiar? Well, it would gain notoriety centuries later for its use by the CIA in the early 21st century. And of course it's still being used now. Unfortunately, it's not gone out of fashion just yet. You'd be very surprised, the people who are still advocating for it. Well, as we've mentioned, before the torture session commenced, they would roll out the red carpet of torture instruments shown to the accused, laid before their fearful and tearful eyes. That was usually enough to make people break. While the sessions of torture were meticulously documented, and many records have actually survived to this day. Although any statements made under torture were supposed to be later confirmed freely and away from the torture chamber in practice, this was seldom the case. Those who recanted their confessions knew they risked being subjected to torture again. So it wasn't that you could just say that one thing and then back in the courtroom you could admit, look, I only said that because they were ripping out my fingernails. Well, that wasn't sufficient. They would simply reply, well, yes, but you still admitted to being a heretic. Well, we better torture you some more so we can just be sure of the absolute truth. And one, of course, must remember that under torture, or simply just severe psychological interrogation, individuals are pretty likely to say anything to stop the pain. And this was, of course, well known to the interrogators. Now, it wasn't a one-size-fits-all, but there was a process, and the Inquisition followed a systematic sequence, beginning with the denunciations, and moving through arrests and interrogations, most often torture, although that is a broad term, and then finally the formal accusation. The individual responsible for making the accusation was an official known as the promoter, essentially the public prosecutor for the Holy Office. The promoter would prepare the libel of accusation, asserting that the defendant, as a baptized Christian, was obliged to adhere to the doctrines of the Holy Mother Church of Rome, but had failed to do so. The promoter's libel would typically conclude with a call for the defendant to be punished as a negative and pertinacious heretic, and handed over to secular authorities for execution. In the Inquisition's unique process, the number of accusations did not necessarily correspond to the number of facts. The same incident reported under different circumstances by various witnesses could indeed lead to multiple accusations. This multiplicity was a characteristic feature of the Inquisition, amplifying the peril for those unfortunate enough to be caught in its web. The defense attorney assigned to the accused was not chosen by the defendant, but was actually appointed by the Inquisition itself. These lawyers were at the service of the Holy Office, and were expected to defend the accused earnestly. However, if at any point they believed the defendant was unjustly defending themselves, they were obliged to simply abandon the defense and report this to the Mesa, the Council of the Inquisition. Effectively, the lawyer, that's right, your own lawyer, could also become a denouncer, leaving you in quite a sticky situation. Moreover, this so-called lawyer was very restricted in their role. They had no access to the full case file, only to the libels and judgments that were communicated to the defendant, and they were not permitted to accompany the defendant during interrogations or other proceedings, significantly limiting their effectiveness. The defendant's defense primarily relied on pointing out contradictions, particularly arguing that the prosecution witnesses were biased or had enmities against the defendant. However, the accused faced significant obstacles. They were not informed of the identities of the witnesses against them, and had no opportunities to cross-examine these witnesses, who might themselves be perjurers, criminals, excommunicates, or even accomplices. Thus, there were no means for the accused to learn the details of the charges against them, and appeals to higher courts were simply not permitted. This closed, secretive process has been compared to the Moscow trials of Stalin's era, or the absurdities depicted in Franz Kafka's work The Trial, highlighting the surreal and often hopeless situation of those tried by the Inquisition. The final judgment was of course determined by a majority vote at the desk of the Holy Office. This vote concluded the often lengthy and harrowing process for the accused, sealing their fate with very little regard for modern legal standards of evidence, defense rights, or transparency. The auto de fe, the dramatic culmination of the Inquisition's process, blending religious ceremony with public spectacle. This event included mass prayer and solemn procession, during which the convicted individuals were paraded to be jeered and leered at through the streets, and their sentences were read out in public. These processions could involve hundreds of penitents, and were attended by a wide array of society, including magnates, prelates, and large crowds of onlookers. Sometimes even the king showed up, but no autographs, unfortunately. Now, preparations for these ceremonies began weeks in advance. This time was used to construct the necessary scaffolds and amphitheaters, and to produce the San Benitos, which were penitential garments that were worn by the condemned. These garments were designed to humiliate and mark the convicted as heretics or apostates. The ceremony itself was a display of the Inquisition's authority, filled with pomp and circumstance, and at the same time it functioned as a popular, though macabre, public spectacle. But in all fairness, what else was there to do back in those days? Spectators often bought snacks as well, if you would believe it or not, and treated the event like a social outing. The reading of the sentences alone could take an entire day, indicating the scale and thoroughness of these events. Well, contrary to the auto-de-fe's religious and public nature, the actual executions were carried away from the public eye and the site of the ceremony. The Inquisitors and other officials of the Holy Office did not attend the executions, which were the responsibility of the secular arm of the state. For example, in Lisbon, the condemned were led over a kilometre away from the auto-de-fe to the execution site. But I'm sure if you squint your eyes enough, you could probably make it out from a distance. After the ceremony, the victims were led out to their doom. The San Benitos were removed, remember that's those garments they used to wear, and hung on the walls of churches to perpetuate the memory of their guilt. Although the Inquisition formally handed the condemned over to secular authorities with a plea for leniency and to avoid bloodshed, this was just talk, largely symbolic. I'm sure that some had acted in a more Christly manner and exhibited a form of sympathy, but, well, everyone is a product of their time, I suppose. The secular authorities, who, by the way, did not have access to trial records, only received the sentence and were expected to carry it out, whether it be a simple torture or a couple whippings or a full-on execution. The job was the job. Even those who had died could be convicted of heresy posthumously. Their remains would be exhumed and burned to eradicate any trace of their existence. And this happened in more cases than not, as a lot of people had died in prison, as I've aforementioned, and more people were burned in effigy posthumously than they were when they were alive. Well, those who were led out to the stake were asked the kind of grim question, "Do you wish to die like a Catholic?" Those who said yes, well, they were the lucky ones. They were executed swiftly by garrote, a method considered a lot more merciful, mainly because it was quicker. Still, not a good way to go. Those who refused were subjected to the more gruesome of the fate. They were tied to a post high above a pyre, out of reach of the most intense flames due to the height and the wind, which often blew the flames away from the victim. This resulted in a slow, agonizing death, where the condemned were essentially grilled alive over the course of 1 or 2 hours. The screams contributed to the macabre entertainment of anybody watching on. But it is to be noted that this sort of observation may not entirely be 100% correct. Of course, it makes for a good story, and a lot of people will say that it's more of a propaganda tool to make the Inquisition look bad, which I may perhaps say they do as good of a job of making themselves look bad. But many people who were put up to this fate would simply die of asphyxiation. Breathing in that amount of smoke, or just having the oxygen burn up around you, it seems that it may not have went on for that long. Then again, it could be the other way. It really depends how high up they put you. I suppose we'll never know, and I'm not willing to try the experiment at home. Well, this stark and horrific spectacle, no matter what it was, the height or being higher or lower, just underscored the Inquisition's role in enforcing the religious orthodoxy through fear and punishment. Albeit it didn't happen as much as people like to tell you. The public spectacle, the auto de fe, was not just a religious procedure, but it was a tool of social control, demonstrating the lethal consequences of dissent in a profoundly visceral manner. The blend of solemnity, spectacle, and cruelty at these events left a lasting imprint on the cultural and historical memory of the Inquisition's era and beyond. And then in 2024, where we find ourselves now, perhaps we all have this, I wouldn't use the word romanticized view, but a somewhat informed, fantasized view. It's very easy to run away with the horror movie style of speculation when it comes to the Inquisition. A lot of people think that tens of thousands of people were executed and burned, but that's simply not the case. In fact, of our number of autos de fe with known sentences, we only have about 1,100 people who were actually executed in person, and then we have about 663 who were executed in effigy. The rest were simply penanced. In fact, I'm looking at the number right now. It's 94% were penanced. It's definitely not as bad as being put up on the stake and burned, that's for sure. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned something. And, well, it's all been very enlightening. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Stark Factory, JC, and Jeffrey. And I'd like to thank you for listening so far. Hopefully, you don't have any nightmares about straying from orthodoxy. I will see you tomorrow. History every day. It never stops. Here on the ASMR Historian channel. Same time, same place. Good night, everyone. Love to you all.